closely, if you'd like to look at that, just for the benefit of the tape. Dr. Shipman's eyes are closed and he didn't look at the photograph at all. Can you remember Lily Crossley at all? Okay, no answer. If I can also, it's going to be awkward this keeping standing up and walking around, but I think this is what we're going to have to do. You might want to just sit back a little bit as you have, and I don't keep pushing in front of you.
The detectives ploughed on.
We'll now move on to the next death which we've investigated. Dr. Shipman. This is in relation to the death of a lady called Elizabeth Pierce.
Again, Shipman refused to look at the image of a woman he'd probably murdered.
That's Elizabeth Pierce. The three ladies there, it's the elderly lady dressed in black. For the benefit of the tape, Dr. Shipman's eyes are closed and he did not look at.
Shipman refused to cooperate throughout. The detectives stuck with it, but he could barely disguise his boredom.
Would you want to make any comment, Doctor? There's no comment.
Hello there. So I'm here with Mark Felstead. Mark Felstead is from Manchester and he's 57. And I've been in touch with Mark for a while now on social media, on Twitter, Facebook and such like. And Mark has an incredible story. He's actually one of serial killer Harold Shipman's victims because Harold Shipman tried to kill him. And Mark Felstead's had some legal situations with Primrose Shipman. So I'm here with Mark. Do you just want to say hello, Mark, and introduce yourself?
Hi, hi, peeps. Yeah, I'm Mark. I'm from Manchester. Well, I'm actually from High Tyneside in Manchester. So, big shout out to all of you out there, yeah?
Nice one. Yeah, cheers. No, it's a pleasure to have you on, and it's great to talk to you. So what we'll do, we'll just start at the beginning. You know, I know you've got a powerful story and a powerful message. So yeah, just start at the beginning, mate. Just start as early as you want to start, Mark.
Well, I was actually born in Stockport on a settee. And I was, believe it or not, I'll get further on with this story because you'll find it quite ironic. I was born on a settee anyway, and on Shawcross Street in Hillgate, I think it is, in Stockport. And I was born dead, you know, not breathing and ever dead. And a policeman saved my life. So I was been told this story, and it might become relevant later on night, you know what I mean? Yeah. What's the name? I brought up my dad joined the army when I was 3 days old, I believe. Yeah. So I was brought up in the army, you know, my dad's serving in the British Army. I was trying to think, where did we move? Yeah. So I think my first actual memories of being in some sort of transit camp in Blackpool or somewhere, you know, for a few months as a very little kid. Yeah. Moved to Paddington, in Berkshire, moved to Tidworth, moved to Germany.
Germany, yeah?
Yeah, in Germany, yeah. I lived in Germany. I think we moved there in the late 60s, yeah. So my dad's been promoted. He's now a sergeant. He's doing really well. Great soldier. Exemplary record, all that. Yeah, and then in 1972, my mum and dad had gone back to camp, which was about 30 miles from where we lived. And I'm glad he did this. I wanted to go with him, you know, just for a drive out in the car. Yeah. And my dad said, no, you stay there. Anyway, so yeah, we'll see you in a bit. We'll be back in an hour, kind of thing. Anyway, so like my mum, dad, and three sisters went up in this Anyway, oh yeah, me and my sister were playing with my little brother. I think he was about 6 then. And we were messing about and everything. And this, it seemed to be ages and ages and ages and ages. Anyway, so this is like 6 or 7 at night. It should have been back at, say, 2. Yeah. Some woman comes knocking on the door from downstairs. Knocks on the door and says, "Do they know?" Well, we'll look at each other puzzled, thinking, I'm 10 years old then, so I'm aware. You know what I mean? I'm mentally aware of everything. So thinking, do we know what? And then what's happened, my mum and dad were involved in a really serious car crash in Germany.
Okay.
Yeah? So, my mum nearly didn't survive. My father, he was very seriously injured. Basically, me and my little brother moved around for a good 5 or 6 months because that's how long we were in the hospital. I think my littlest sister got out of hospital about 12 months after the car crash. So it was quite a serious thing, and this will become part of this is what comes with Shipman later on with my mum, particularly. Yeah. So anyway, what happened? We moved back to England in 1974, something like that. I moved to Larkhill in Wiltshire. My dad was still in the army there. He was working on some top secret missile base or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Moved to Beverley in Yorkshire because he'd just come out of the army then. So we moved to Beverley in Yorkshire. I think he was still in the army, but he was getting like a year's home leave, a readjustment thing and whatever it was. I can't remember, to be honest. Anyway, great place, loved it. Didn't like the school, didn't like the teachers. You know what I mean? I was used to sort of army schools, and things like that. I wasn't quite used to a school like that one.
Yeah.
So anyway, a bit shocking to me, to be honest. Right. So anyway, 1978, my dad gets promoted at his work, where he's working in Hull, in the city of Hull, and we move to Hyde in Tameside. Yeah. So about this time, around that time as well, Shipman had moved to Hyde.
To Hyde, yeah.
We were all registered to him as he was our doctor.
Your whole family, yeah?
Yeah, the whole family, every single one of us. I really didn't have a lot of interaction with him in the first maybe the first 4 years. I think in 1981, I think I broke my ankle and I went to see him.
So this is the first time that you'd seen Harold Shipman
No, I believed I'd seen him a year before, but I don't recall it that well enough to say it was him. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I now believe this is the second time I saw him. The first time was over a broken hand. He did nothing.
Right.
But this time, I definitely remember it was Harold Shipman, obviously. Where am I up to now? Yeah, broken ankle. He didn't really do anything. He sent me home. I'm left at home on this, but I don't know, for 2-3 weeks. Or 2 weeks at least. And nothing's being done. My ankle's not getting any better. It's massive. Luckily, my dad's mate, he's an old guy. Poor guy's died now. He died maybe a few years after this. But he knew all about, homotherapy and all this lot.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the plants and all this lot, right? So he put these plants of these leaves of this plant around my ankle, and literally within 2-3 days, all the swelling had gone, started healing and everything.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant, yeah. But it's left me with a serious ankle injury. I couldn't really, I couldn't play football for about 9 months or something. I couldn't really run properly, whatever. Anyway, like I say, I'm my father was in the army. That's all I've known all my life. In 1982, I joined British Army.
You joined the army yourself, followed in your dad's
Yes, I did.
footsteps, yeah?
Yes, I did. Did my basic training up at Helly's Barracks in Catterick.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, I'll tell you about this. I remember pulling in on the bus here after the first day, and I'd read the sign wrong. It said Helly's Barracks, and I thought it said Hell's Barracks. Oh my God! You're thinking, what have I done here? What am I doing here?
Yeah,
Do you know what I mean? You're like, oh my God, this is reality now. Like, where's the canoes and all the fancy brochures, and the sun and all the nice birds, you know what I mean? And so I'd read it wrong. I think it was just where the bus was parked up. I couldn't see one of the L's.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I did my basic training, went up to 8th Signal Regiment, which was further up the road from there, did a couple of months there. In the meantime, the Falklands War started in 1982, April the 1st, yeah. I remember it because fucking troop sergeant used to go, you march like fucking Argentinians, you know what I mean? All that lot. So anyway, and then I got posted to Arnhem Barracks in Aldershot.
Aldershot, down in Guildford.
Yeah, in Hampshire. And I was in what was then a 5 Infantry Brigade. But when I got there, I was on immediate reserve for the Falklands War. There was only about 4 of us in the whole unit, I think, or 10 of us or something. There was the NCOs and that. Everybody else was in the Falklands. On my brigade, we had 2 para, 3 para, 9 para, so like highly elite troops, these guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Although I'm in the Royal Signals, I'm not like special forces or anything. I'm just, normal good kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but my unit is classed as, well, I don't really call them elite. I don't know. I don't. I'm not Jamie Kane Morganish, to try and make him out to be something that I don't really understand. Yeah. I was, but basically my brigade became 5 Airport Brigade, 5 Airborne Brigade, and eventually I think it's now like 16 Air Assault Brigade. It's all from the same thing. So it's quite a high up brigade as well. Spearhead we was on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I was there for the Falklands. Didn't get to go to the Falklands, but I'm with all the lads who went and whatever. In 1983, I think it is now. I'm not sure the dates for this, right? I get a letter of my big sister. She's like a year older than me. She maybe 14 months older than me. Yeah, 14 months. So she's what now? 58. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's actually now a qualified doctor, I believe, and a nurse, and she's worked in mental health at the local hospital for, I don't know, 40 years now, I guess, or something.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? Like, seemingly forever, She's a really nice person,
Yeah.
You're professional, yes. Absolute angel. She wrote me this letter. And this letter said, Dr. Shipman's been round the house and he's given our mum, an injection, and they can't wake her up. And it took them 12 hours to get her to come round.
Wow.
Yeah? So I get this letter. I get sent to Cyprus a few days later. In the meantime, I'm in Cyprus. I get a bit of a bad injury. Nothing really spectacular happened over there. It was more of a training thing, although we did have, I think, a week of active service because someone kicked off somewhere. I don't know anything about that. We was actually in a training camp in the middle of nowhere, My squadron had just gone over there for training. But we got off the plane and somebody kicked off and we were staggering on for like, I don't know, a week, 10 days, something like that. Anyway, it all calmed down. Nothing particularly happened to my training, whatever. come back to Aldershot. I'm having pains in my chest. Yeah, I'm wanting to. I was actually doing my pre-power at one point, which what my squadron is a pre-power. It's like a test you do to be selected for my squadron to then further go on to P Company, which is across the road at Depot Power, where you do their selection test. You then earn your wings, do your jumps, your 8 jumps, and earn your wings and everything. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm realising I'm struggling with this injury, what I believe is an injury in my chest. So I go home on leave for the summer, I believe it was, and I see Dr. Shipman. And he sort of examines me and he says, right, you've got ripped chest muscle. And he was wanting me to stay off, and not go back. And I'm like, look, I'm in the top brigade, I don't let my mates down. I don't let my boss down. I'm a professional soldier.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? We don't do it. It doesn't happen, It's not a fairy tale business. This is reality, So, and I'm not going to stay at home because he's telling me, I've got ripped chest muscle. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
What am I, my life's exciting. What am I going to do back in Ireland at the time? Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Hey, phone me mates every day and all this. I'm going, hey, mate.
All your mates are there, and it's your life, isn't it? It's
well,
that's how it is in the army, isn't it?
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, but it's the only life I've ever known.
Yeah.
Really, apart from a couple of years as a civilian, I've never known anything really. And that's all I've ever wanted to do from the minute I left school. What happened was I was joining the army at 16, and my father, we just moved to Hyde. We've been in Hyde like literally 3 days. He had an accident at work. I told you he got promoted, and a ton of copper in the box fell on his leg and crushed his leg. Yeah. Well, don't forget, he'd been badly injured in the car crash 6 years before.
Yeah.
And that was a broken leg and all these badly injuries. So he was laid up for a few months. So I've now got to help my mum, who's very ill anyways. I know it has been since the car crash. To unpack everything. So I can't really go and join the army then. I had my date and everything to go to Harrogate. So anyway, I joined at, 18, 19, something like that. Yeah? I go to Aldershot. Where am I up to now on this story? Because I'm getting lost now.
Ripped chest muscle, 1984.
Right.
1984.
Yeah. So I'm seeing Shipman, and he's like, no. What he has done is he's telling me, right, he's now in contact with the army. He's going to forward on what he thinks it is, blah, 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 blah. In the meantime, here's some tablets, take these. Yeah? So I'm coming home now and again, and I'm seeing him. He's telling me he's still in the army. I'm thinking, I'm never going to be able to pass my pre-power, my P Company. I've already jumped, so I'm already. I've experienced the parachute jump. I've done my. I can't remember what the thing is. I did it at Pitts Road in Aldershot. I've learned to jump safely off an airplane. Yeah. I've done all that. I've done all that bit. Right. I've not actually done the 7 jumps and the selection, whatever. Right. So I'm not trying to big myself up. Yeah. I didn't jump out of the plane going, we can't, you know what I mean? Yeah, so seriously. So I'm thinking, I'm going to have to come out of the army. What I don't realise is these tablets, what he's giving me, my boss is saying to me, Mark, Felstead, stop taking them tablets, You don't need them tablets. I'm thinking, yes, I do, because I've got this thing in my chest that's killing me, whatever, and you know what I mean? And I'm doing what this doctor's telling me to. I'm just totally confused by it all, mate, I've been brought up in the army. I'm trained to listen to authority, if you like. Yeah? I mean, all my life I've experienced that, haven't I? So I'm not going to stay back in Hyde, because it'll bore me shitless anyway. I want to be back with my mates and all that, but obviously my mental health is now changing. My thinking's changing. I think, right, look, I'm going to have to come out of the army now. So I go to see my boss, Major Donnells, and he's trying to help me now get out of the army because he can see that I'd been injured. My eye had been injured in Cyprus. Made a kicked off some Greeks over there. I can go into that story in a bit if you want. It's quite funny, that one. He's trying to help me. Yeah.
Yeah, the major. Yeah.
My idea is to come out of the army, get my chest sorted out. Don't forget, I'm thinking Shipman's still in contact with the army. I'm believing all this bullshit from him. I was believing it for years. I'm coming out of the army now. I'm going to do my training. I'm going to keep myself fit. I'm going to get this sorted out. Whatever. I met my girlfriend probably about a month before I come out of the army. Anyway, I'm out of the army. I'm back in Hyde. She's an older shot. I think, right, I'll go and see her. And in the meantime, I'll try and join 4 Parachute Battalion, the TA, which is they have a company based in Aldershot. So they're like, semi-professional soldiers, if you like.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the part-time, so, and I think, that's going to keep me in the army, whatever, in that kind of life anyway, and whatever, and, settle down there for a bit while I'm getting this thing done. I've gone to the doctors in Aldershot, which was whenever it was, and he sent me to another doctor, which I believe was in Farnborough, which is a few miles away.
Yeah.
He's discovered, right, you've got a growth in your chest. I think, what do you mean I've got a growth in the chest? I'm being told this is a ripped chest muscle. Anyway, they brought me into the Royal Military Hospital, and the Royal, I think it was a Cambridge Hospital in Aldershot. It's probably only about 500 yards or something from where my barracks was, across the grass. But anyway, so I get booked in there. I have this operation. I'm an ex-army guy now. I have this operation. No one tells me what it is. I'm unaware what it is, whatever. I discharged myself out of hospital as well because I didn't want to be lingering around in hospital. It wasn't like I thought it was a major operation. It was there's disputes how big this growth was. So one says it was 6 by 3 centimeters, and what I've seen another guy said it was 2 by 4 or whatever. It doesn't matter. At least I didn't see it that serious anyway. I never thought of it. Like, I was still had me, squaddy head on, if you like. You know what I mean? So I met Mal. We became married anyway, me and this girl later on. So we moved. We spent the summer traveling. Whatever after my operation, it was brilliant. We'd got a car. We were really young. We've got a life coming up. You know what I mean? And in the meantime, I still want to try and get back in the army. So we eventually moved to South Wales.
South Wales, yeah?
Yeah. I've moved a lot, mate, honestly. So we live in County Cops in Gwent in South Wales. It's actually just across the river. Severn, just across. It's about 6 miles from the original Severn Bridge. So it's near Chepstow and all that. Yeah, so we moved there for 2 years. We couldn't get work. I couldn't get any jobs. I couldn't get any work. I did a bit of security guard work.
Yeah.
I worked on the motorway, anything. I worked really long hours for the security company and everything, and they were going to promote me, but they were sending me to, like, you know, Southampton for 3 weeks at a time. And my poor wife, or girlfriend at the time, is back in the flat in, you know, Wales, whatever.
Yeah.
And she's got a grand and some family around her and all that, but, you know, she's getting depressed of it. I didn't even want to move there really in the first place. It was just somewhere to live. We got a council house, council flat. Right, so we decided we've had enough of this. And we moved back to my parents in Hyde, which is 1986, January-ish. Yeah, we got through Christmas, whatever. We moved back to Hyde.
So 1986, you moved back to Hyde to your parents, yeah?
Yeah, right. So I'm living with my parents, and I become aware that Dr. Shipman is now saying that my mum's epileptic and she has fits. Now, I'm not saying she did or she didn't. I don't know. But I'm saying this is what he's saying. So he's now encouraging my parents, and he's going to help him, if you like, take the original insurers for the court case in Germany after the car crash from 1972, because they haven't compensated for any of this.
Yeah.
And he's saying, oh, you've got a great case, you've done the, you know what I mean? He's like really trying to whatever. So my poor mum's thinking, this is a great doctor. She obviously, and I understand this perfectly because of what I went through. She doesn't remember what he's done to her. She doesn't remember that. She was unconscious for 12 hours. The only person who's made me aware of what he's done to my mum is my big sister in 1983 when I was in the army. And like I said, I went to Cyprus, didn't I? So
this is when Shipman gave your mum the injection, and then she didn't wake up.
That was
for 12
1983.
hours. Yeah,
1983. That was in the summer of 1983. Yeah. Even my brother remembers this because he got a letter saying the same thing. Yeah. So what happened then? Yeah, we're in Hyde. I'm at my parents. We move out to my sister's, have a great time with my sister and that, because, you know, she's got a young child, my niece. She's my second niece in the family. I've obviously been away for quite a bit of time now. I've not really seen my sister for years, yes, and she's my best sister. A little bit like young. She's the second youngest. I'm not going to name them because I don't want to try and embarrass anybody. So we then buy a house in 1986 in the summer in Duckingfield. The address was 7 Lyndhurst View.
Duckingfield.
Yeah, in Duckingfield, which is in Thameside, which is... Anyway, I've gone to see Dr. Shipman, and he's now saying to me, you know, I'm still not aware of what my operation was on my chest because no one's told me a thing about it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And that'll come back into it a bit later on as well. It's become quite apparent what I'm saying there. So he's not, no one's telling me anything. All I know is I believe I've had to rip chest muscle, had an operation, whatever, and that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah? I'm always puzzled by what was said to the army and what was actually said about me. I know that I was discharged with exemplary military record and everything like that. Yeah? And don't forget, Ship was telling me he's in contact with the army, and I'm believing all this bullshit, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it is bullshit. So we move, buying our own house, we move into the house, but before we move into this house, that's it, in May, I go to see Shipman because I'm having pains in my arms because of this muscle thing, or chest thing, this growth. He's saying it could be because of some hormone thing or whatever, but he says you've got a spider needle on your hand and you've got one on your head. And I looked at my hand and I could see him, it was like a little red, it's like a little, I don't know what it is, it's like a little dot, and it has like a, it looks like a little spider.
Mm.
Yeah. And he's saying that's a sign there's something going wrong with you. Now we need to get back in contact with the army, and we need to try and find out what this is. Because I'm absolutely confused, like I told him. I don't know what bloody hell I've had this operation for. I just thought it was a growth in my chest kind of thing. I actually thought at first, obviously, it was a chest muscle and the injury was because of that. No one's told me I've had a growth. The first doctor did in Parliament, so he's told me there's a growth, So he says, yeah, I'll take these tablets, for your pains in your arms or whatever. And he's now telling me around this time, I can't be exact sure the, choreography of it all and everything. But at the same time as this, around this time, this kind of grooming of me went on from then to leaving me dead in that chair. So this had went on for about 14, 15 months. This went on. But what I do remember, he's giving me these tablets. He's telling me, right, I'm going to get in contact with the army, whatever. Come back next week or in a couple of weeks and we'll see if we've got them and whatever. He's giving me these tablets. He says to me, I said, can you drink on these? Because I was aware in the army that there's certain tablets you can't drink on because they'll send you nuts if you drink on them. Oh, yeah, he's fine. Yeah, you can drink on these. Yeah, there's no problem. Peps, I've never been in trouble in my life. I've never been arrested. I've never even talked to a policeman.
Yeah.
I'm now, how old am I? I'm 24 now. I go to church. I believe in Jesus and God, whatever. And I'm really kind of naive to people in this kind of way as well. So we're in this party upstairs in this pub with my wife, everything. It all gets a bit rowdy. Actually, she's a friend of ours. It was her dad who owned the pub. She came and kicked us out. Walking down this really narrow stairway, yeah, this girl or someone pushed a load of us, and we all fell down the stairs. And these are like these old Victorian stairs, they're about 3 inches wide. It's like dangerous walking down them anyway.
Yeah.
So, I mean, them dead steep ones, they're like them. So as I fall to the bottom, the guy in front of me nudges someone who's actually playing pool which is close to the stairs. He then thinks whatever, he's getting attacked. He then starts giving my mate who's nudged him, who's purely by accident, right? Anyway, it kicks off, doesn't it? Big fight erupts. Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm actually believing I'm doing nothing wrong. I'm sticking up for my mate because there's a load of them. There's about 4 or 5 of them. So a guy grabs hold of me. So I elbow him. He grabs me from the behind. And I think I punched another guy in front of me. Yeah. Not serious injuries or anything, but enough to stop him, trying to grab hold of me or whatever. Anyway, what happened then? What I'm not realising at this day is I'm on these tablets and they're sending me nuts, and I'm not even sure now if I was seeing that the actual way it was actually happening. This is the way I was seeing it. Yeah. Because of all these tablets or whatever. I'm not trying to make excuses or whatever. I mean, I did hit the guy and I did elbow the guy and that. But I didn't know who they were. I thought it was all part of this big fight. Turns out this guy's some big ex-copper who used to have retired just a couple of years before. You know what I mean? And he knew me. He remembered me from going in the pub before joining the army. Like, as a kid and that round night and whatever.
Yeah.
So he said to people, he knows me. I don't know who the hell is. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I think I'm helping my mate, and it's all still kicking off every night. Anyway, I leave, and I'm still confused if he's in there or not because I can't see him outside. So I kept trying to go back at him, and he won't let me in anyway. I'm walking up the street, yeah. My mum says, we're going home. It's all calmed down, whatever. about 3 cop cars, a couple of Black Mariahs pull in and a cop car and everything. And seriously, I'm not joking, about like 8 or 9 coppers come.
Mm-hmm.
And don't forget, I'm like 20, 30 yards from the scene of this so-called, what they're saying is crime.
Yeah.
I'm walking home, it's calmed down, whatever. I don't know this guy who I've elbowed, an ex-copper. I don't know him. Anyway, like they do, they come up to you, starts pushing me, whatever. At the time, I didn't realise this guy's deliberately trying to provoke me. I didn't know that. I'm thinking, I just said to him, I'm an ex-army guy, whatever. I said to him, I'm not fucking scared of you, mate. Stop it. You know what I mean? Anyway, he doesn't. He's getting really annoyed now, this guy, because he's not happy that I'm not responding the way he wants to. So what he does is he grabs me and he slams me into the shop window. This big plate glass window, a massive one it is. I nearly go through it. I can feel it just about to give. I bounce off it. As I bounce forward, he's now arrested me for police assault. The next thing I know, all hell breaks loose. I got about 5 or 6 of them, right? One's strangling me in the neck hold, and 2 have got me arms. They're trying to get me in the van, and they get me to the van anyway. I kick the back step of it to push him away, whatever, and they can't get me in the van. They eventually do by forcing me basically unconscious. Mm-hmm. I'm in the back of this van. Don't forget, I've never even spoken to a copper in my life, mate.
Yeah, it's your first ever sort of interaction with them, isn't it?
Yeah, seriously. And I don't even believe I've done anything wrong. Mm. You know what I mean? I believe I'm just sticking up for a guy and someone's grabbed hold of me, which is exactly as what I saw, and that's exactly what happened. I didn't know he was ex-copper, did I? I didn't know him. Do you know what I mean? Worst thing I could ever done, innit? Yeah, I'm thinking, the police are all really nice and that. I'm forgetting we're living in like the mid-80s now. The miners' strike, the police have become militant, haven't they, under Thatcher? They were big boys now, let's beat the shit out of the miners back into submission and, put Harper Scargill and, destroy all these communities that are now suffering still from all this. It's disgusting, mate, what he did. But I also feel bad about the police being used as like some kind of army as well. Because after that, the police, people just lost respect for the police, mate, after that.
Yeah.
But I'm still thinking they're the old school coppers, you do something wrong, you get slapped down the head, as I've been led to believe. Anyway, they start spitting on me in the back of this van. And this guy's spitting on me and I said, don't fucking spit on me. You know what I mean? I'm still coming around from being half unconscious, me, right, because they strangled me.
Yeah.
And I've got one to the left of me, one in opposite me, just to the right, whatever. And I said, where's my wife? Oh, that fucking slag. You know what I mean? Mm. Again, go to me. I'm on his tablets, me. I don't give a fuck who these guys are. I'm seriously, mate. Right now, you pissed me off now. Right, so this guy's trying to punch me at the side of me. The guy in front of me, he's laughing about it. When he said that about my wife, what I did was I kicked him. And I kicked him right under his kneecap. Yeah? And that obviously hurt him. So that shut him up. And we had a bit of a scuffle with the other guy to the left of me. And I actually believe the witness said the van was rocking down the road as he was driving. I remember the driver in the back of the van was shouting like, can you go down here going sick because we were proper having to go, you know what I mean? Mm. Anyway, so they get me to the police station. I'm obviously covered with injuries. I've got strangle marks around my neck and everything. So a few hours later, they let me speak to my dad, whatever. I can't really say a lot to my dad over the phone because they're there. I'm not going to say nothing in front of them now after this. So I just said, yeah, I'm all right, whatever. You know what I mean? I'm in the police station, whatever. They interview me probably about 2 or 3 in the morning. Really, you know what I They asked me if they wanted solicitor. I think, no, I don't need a solicitor. I've not fucking done anything wrong, you know what I mean? This guy's pushed me into fucking pig. How can you say that's police assault when I've actually just bounced up a window line? This is the guy who's interviewing me now, this.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just got another guy with him, I don't know. I've never been interviewed before. So, do you want a solicitor? No, I don't want a solicitor. I didn't even know what a solicitor was. No, I don't want one. I didn't even know what he was. Well, how the fuck am I supposed to know what a solicitor is? Do you know what I mean? I don't know anything about courts or being arrested. I don't know nothing.
That's all new to you, yeah.
Yeah. You know, Mark the Innocent thinks like this is Mark the Innocent thinks, you know, the police are like old school coppers, you know, these are the good guys, you know what I mean? So what you doing to me, mate? You know what I mean? I'm only trying to stop a fight. So, you know, they put me through this interview and they go on about me saying all sorts of crap and I don't know what they're talking about. And they're obviously coming up, they were talking me out there and what he's done and all this lot. Anyway, this guy says to me, I'm from mate. Oh, you know, I go drinking in night and that, and I hope you're not going to come after me after this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
So, do you? I just went like, do you fucking really? You know what I mean? Believe me, if I see you, mate, you're having it. You know, this guy's done this deliberately. Yeah, because he's not happy I've hit an ex-copper whom I don't even know is an ex-copper. And so they put me through this interview. They charged me with grievous bodily harm. I didn't even know what that meant. The grievous bodily harm on is it section 10 that?
Grievous bodily harm. Grievous bodily harm, you've got section 18, which is malicious wound, and then you've got section 20.
Section 18 is wounding with intent, isn't it?
That's very serious, yeah. That's like...
So GBH is what? That's the one below it, is it?
The one below section 18 is section 20, which is grievous bodily harm, section 20.
Yeah. So right, so it's section 20, right? So I know. Anyway, I got charged with 2 grievous bodily harms on 2 coppers.
Mm-hmm.
One's got a bit of a cut on his eye, and the other one's got a bad knee. I'm actually quite proud of that one. Don't call my wife a bitch and spit on me, mate.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Anyway, right, so, you know, what happened? I'm now in trouble with the police. I haven't got a clue what section 20 means. I don't know what a solicitor is. I'm now going to court at Tameside Magistrates Court, which was in Duckingfield at the time. It's now moved to Ashton.
Yeah.
So I'm in this court here. This court's unbelievable, mate, right? And we'll get into this in a minute. We moved there, but I'm charged to this court. The next day after being arrested and getting out on the Saturday morning, I go to see Shipman at surgery. He does a medical report for me. He does a really thorough job, like, you know, yeah, you've got injuries here, you can see where you've been strangled, everything.
He did. So Shipman did a medical report on you before you went to court?
Yeah. He did it the day after. He did it literally. I got out of the police station at 6 in the morning. I walked back to Hyde, which is about 3 or 4 miles. Literally in the morning that day. So, you know, maybe 10:30 or something. I remember I went to work afterwards. Yeah. And I was, whatever. So I go and see him. He does this medical report. I think, well, like, you know, you could say I'm obviously injured. Yeah, so it's not quite what they're saying, is it? Whatever section 20 means, and I don't know what it means, it's not whatever they're saying, because I'm the one with all the injuries.
Yeah.
And if strangle marks on my neck, I've got cuts, you know, and a bit of a whiplash injury because of the strangulation and whatever. Yeah, no problems. I think I always try to help me. You know, that seems like a good thing, you know. Don't really understand what the fuck's going on. I think, yeah, great, you know. And here's me, and I'm still on these tablets. This is like, yeah, we moved to Duckingfield, yeah. So around this time as well. So I'm in this house, the court's local, I'm going to court there, I haven't got a clue what's going on, I haven't got a clue what my charges mean. I know that I'm trying to stop a fight. I'm thinking I'm in court now. Surely they're going to understand this. I didn't get a fucking say in the matter. No one even asked me a single thing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. They appointed me some solicitor who they appointed me Peter Pluck. Now, he's a legend round Hyde in them days. All the solicitors in them days remember him. He was an absolute legend. And he stood up and said, no, this is nothing more than a melee. You charge him a GBH, whatever. He served his country. He's got exemplary record, all that bollocks, like he does. Take him down, recharge him with police assault. So they take me downstairs to the cells, the little police station downstairs in the court, and they recharge me with ABH on 2 coppers. They take me back up. Yeah. And I'm sentenced to 140 hours community service. Yeah?
Yeah.
Right? I'm thinking, what the fuck is going on? In the meantime, obviously, I'm going through shipment and everything with these tablets, and I'm totally confused. Everything was confusing me by now. You know what I mean? I'm going to work still, I'm doing my job, whatever. By the summer of that year, which is before my trial, before my court case. So my court case was actually in when? So it must have been that year, or yeah. Anyway, I didn't come because of shipment and making me filling me up with these tablets, telling me I'm ill, giving me sick notes, by the way. Mm-hmm. I'm not doing my community service. Yeah. I remember I remember the first day I got there, the guy's attitude was, you don't do your community service. This is the guy who's running the place. You don't do your community service, when you get in prison, the guys aren't going to like that because they never got community service, so they're going to beat you up. And he's trying to threaten me. I think, don't fucking threaten me, mate.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm a fucking ex-army guy, yeah. I'll fucking eat you for breakfast. Anyway, right? Everything I've done up to that was legit. I've took my sick notes into him. I'm not doing my community service. They breach me. They take me back to the Tameside Magistrates Court. And now I'm going to court. My wife was 6 months pregnant at the time. And don't forget, all around this period, I'm going back and forth to Shipman. No, you can't find your medical records here. Have some tablets, all this stuff. I'm going to court. I've got a fucking clue what's going on now. I've got sick notes covering this. My solicitor says, look, he's got sick notes. He's covering all this lot.
Yeah.
Anyway, he sentenced me to a month in jail in front of my wife, who was 6 months pregnant. Yeah? Yeah. So I get a month in Strangeways.
Mm-hmm.
So I go to Strangeways prison in Manchester to give me a job as a centre cleaner. I always remember that. And there's that 50 pence hexagonal thing in the right in the centre. Apparently it belongs to the Queen. You're not allowed to walk on it. That. Yeah, the guy used to go fucking sick. The screws used to go sick when he walked on it.
Yeah.
I still got my army head on me. I'm like, you're not fucking beating me. I don't give a shit who you are. I've got this delusion that I'm Rambo or something now because of all meds and whatever. You know what I mean? So
they put you in HMP Strangeways for breaching the community service, yeah?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they put me into jail, right? Yeah,
what was Strangeways like then in the 80s?
Well, this is 87. So when was the riots? 90?
Yeah, the Strangeway riots, 1990.
So I don't suppose, so I don't suppose it was much different than the Strangeways riots, yeah? So, what it was like inside, obviously the conditions are the same. I was freed up. They gave me a job as a centre cleaner. Yeah. I did about, 20 days or something, I think I did, in actual prison. No exercise, no shower, no toothbrush.
Yeah, it was pretty rough there back then, wasn't it?
Freed up, piss pots, all that shit.
Slopping out.
Yeah. I did a day on the centre cleaner, like me. I'm thinking, sack this, I'm not fucking doing this. I just did a screaming. I said, how much do I get for this then?
Yeah.
He says you get like £1.65 a week. I'm like, all right. So I said, how much do I get if I don't do this? I don't know what it was, but it was like £1.57 or something. It was like not a lot of difference.
Yeah.
I went, I give him mop back. I give him the mop and the fucking handle back, the thing back. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. They couldn't cope with me, mate, honestly. I was ex-army guy, wasn't I? So I'm now banged up then, aren't I? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't even unroll my bed pack or anything from the minute they put me in. I just get on my pit, like, and just use it as a pillow. I never once made my bed, not in all the time was in there in them 20 days, right? Yeah, do you know what I mean? All the guys are busting up me, you know what I mean? Because they didn't know how to cope with me.
Yeah.
Because what they didn't know and what I didn't realise is I'm fucking off my head because all the shit and spinning me up with as well, aren't I? So my mental health isn't quite logical. You know what I mean? Yeah. So anyway, the 20 days didn't we? Oh yeah, sorry. I'm aware that just below us, I think I was on D-Wing on the freeze. And below us, so he's on the twos opposite, is a guy who's got the panorama filming him. Yeah, they're doing a documentary on this guy. Now listen to this guy. This guy is from Duckingfield, where I'm from.
Mm-hmm.
His gyro's not come. His gyro's not come. In them days, if you went to get a gyro, you can't just like go and get a gyro and they send it through the post 3 days later or the next day or whatever. You know, if you were lucky, you might get it 2 days later.
Yeah.
You can't just go and get a payment like you can now or whatever you could in the 90s, say. Yeah, so he's got a 12-month-old baby. He's got no baby milk. He's got no nappies, whatever. He can't get a gyro. He's got no money. He's got no relatives where he lives, whatever. He's got a young wife. What does he do? He goes and steals £7 worth of nappies, baby food, whatever, and gets caught doing it. Yeah?
Yeah.
He goes to the same court I've just been at. 4.5 months they give him for shoplifting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? Can you believe that?
Yes.
Are you there?
Yeah, it's shocking.
You there? Yeah, so 4.5 months to give him for shoplifting. Right? He's now got panorama filming him in his cell down below me.
Uh-huh.
And the reason why I learned about who it was and all this stuff came after. I do my prison, I get out, you know, just get back on with my life. I'm still seeing Shipman now and again. He still starts telling me the same old shit. The army up with these medical records. I'm now training. I remember at the time I was training to get back in the army. I remember now I'm starting running again. I'm starting doing my circuits or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, you're still a young man now as well, aren't you?
Yeah, I was 25.
25. Yeah.
And also, I've had a letter off the army asking me if I would like to join back up.
Uh-huh.
So don't forget about which I don't know if that's how common that is, but I'm not sure. I've never really asked anybody. But yeah, anyway, so just let us come back. You know, they're interested in me joining back up and, you know, whatever. I've obviously had my chest operation done, so that's all right. I'm now training again. I'm back seeing Shipman every few weeks. I've done my bird. Well, washing and shave on it, mate. So, like I said, I couldn't be bothered to unroll my bed pack. It was like fucking 20 days today. Like, I was happy. I know it's a bit perverse, but I was quite funny. They couldn't cope with me. I still had my army on, you know what I mean? I don't know, but they just couldn't cope with me. And I thought it was all pretty exciting, to be honest, mate. You know, I'm an ex-army guy who's been brought up in the army, and I'm in with all the women and all this, like, you know, proper G's, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hey, yeah, like, you know, all of my cellmates is He's from Wythenshawe, and the story told guy from Wythenshawe in them days, mate. And another guy, he was quite famous at the time. He used to call him the man of strange ways, because just after I left, he was on excise yard. He managed to scoot up a big drain pipe onto the roof, and he went on protest strike because they were shooting the pigeons on Strange Ways prison. And all this because of this, do you know what I mean? He made a tell. Yeah, seriously, mate. He didn't give a shit, mate. He was doing his 4 years, and he lost all his parole within the first week or something. He got in there, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he was, his time was up too, mate. There's nothing he could do. And he weren't like probation and all that lot in them days.
Yeah.
So he's straight out, wasn't he? Yeah. So. Yeah, I was remember that seeing him on telly. Oh my God, that's my cellmate, my ex-cellmate. You know what I mean? Anyway, so yeah, what happened then? Like, I'm out of prison. I'm seeing you, whatever, blah 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 blah. My little girl is born September the 25th. I'm working again. I'm working in the big chemical factory in Hyde, which is a couple of miles away. I was on like continental shifts, but I'm a night person, me, so I prefer doing the night. So I did permanent nights. Yeah, my little girl's born. She's 10 days old, which is a Sunday, I believe. I know now. My mother-in-law, who's a very devout Christian, she actually was a member of the church army at the time, working for them. She's got working at a vicarage in Buckingham. She's come up to my wife, and she'll take her back down there with the baby, because we can now take the baby out at 10 days old. So they take the baby down to Buckingham. I go to see Shipman this time. I always remember this day because before I went to see Shipman, U2's new album had come out, The Joshua Tree. I'm a massive U2 fan. Mm-hmm. And I wasn't, particularly in them days, you know what I mean? Since they did the Live Aid performance, I was a massive guy. I mean, I was into them anyway, but that persuaded me to really get into them big time. Yeah. The Live Aid performance, yeah? Which was, 1985, wasn't it? 1985. What was the name? I go buy the album. My intention is I'll go to the album, go see what Shipman's got to say about the army records, get home, play my album to my art's content, blah, blah, blah. My wife's away, I can blast my music out. Obviously, you can tell I'm into music. It's going to be a good day for me, like kind of thing, chilled out day, yeah? And then I'm doing nights that night. So I go to the record shop. My dad's lent me his car as well to get there. I go to the record shop. I go to Donnybrook House where Shipman works. I go in to see him for my appointment. I'm not sure, it was a 10-ish, whatever time, you know what I mean? Anyway, just before that, a couple of times before that, he's sort of saying, "Oh, your mum keeps phoning me and she wants you to put you on Valium." And, and I'm thinking, I always remember this, and I remember saying, "You do know my mum's very seriously ill, don't you, doctor?" Mm-hmm. And he went, "Is she really?" As if, my mum's fucking blagging all this sort of shit. The arrogance of this guy was unbelievable, mate. Yeah. So that kind of put me on a bit of a warning sign with this guy. There's something not quite right here. And also I started to notice every time I see him, he would never look you straight in the eye.
So you're starting to see some. Would you say this is the first time that you're seeing some significant warning signs? Because there's a timeline now of seeing Shipman over a period of years at this point, isn't there?
Yeah. So I'm now seeing like his eyes. He would never look at you. He would never look up. He was always like, "Yeah, the army not release your records, have these tablets, whatever." So I've kind of seen these warning signs, and I've warned him that my mum's seriously ill. There's no way do I want to go back on fucking Valium or be on Valium, because I don't even know what they are anyway. To me, Valium are a drug. Yeah? I'm trying to get back in the army. I've got a little girl. I've got a job. I'm training. I'm getting myself fit again. You know what I mean? Getting up to like, a good fitness level, what I'd call a good fitness level. I'm probably running 5 miles a time then. So, a nice, not like running like I did in the army, but, get myself up. I'm doing my press ups, I'm doing my sit ups outside my house. I remember I used to do it at night sometimes. And now I'm wanting to get back in the army eventually. And I go to see him this day, I go to buy the album, I go to his surgery, and this particular day he says, the army haven't released your records. I'm telling him about these pains in the arm, they're getting really severe now. This is from this chest thing. And he said, no, we haven't released your records. He said, yeah, and he started saying to me, who's at home now? Well, I said to him, well, no one's at home. And I said to him, my dad had been living with me actually, and he'd moved out probably about a week before this, because of the baby being born. He wanted us, obviously, he bought his own house and everything, you know what I mean? He'd been living with us for about 18 months or so, and he moved out, and he moved up Ashton. I can't remember the address. So he said, who's at home? I said, well, no one's at home. My dad's moved out now, because obviously my dad was a patient of his as well. My wife took the baby down to Buckingham, to the mother-in-law's. I'm on my own. He says to me, right, I'm going to give you these 3 tablets. And because they're really strong, I'm going to have to come out and examine you after dinner.
To your house.
Because you're obviously on your own.
Yeah.
They're really strong. You need to make sure you're all right. So I'm thinking, but I'm still fucking very weary of this, because it's all stuck in my mind. Because then he says to me, what time does your bus leave? I thought, what's that got to do with this? What time my bus leaves?
Yeah.
Well, I realised now he was working out the effect of the tablets, wondering how long it take me before I'm proper sedated. Yeah? Very clever, wasn't it, that?
Very, very clever, very clever.
Yeah, but obviously at the time it didn't quite click with me, because, I've been groomed for him now by 14 months is it now this time?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, you know what I mean? And he's, obviously it's playing on my mental health and whatever, and, I'm concerned about him saying my mum said this. And the thing why I was concerned about that the most was, my mum had split up with my dad, hence he was living with me, and she was living with my sister. And she didn't have a phone. And she couldn't walk very well, so how could she be phoning in to say, put me on these tablets? Do you know what I mean? And obviously I said, you do know she's very ill. And he's like, oh, is she really? And all this lot. Do you know what I mean? In the meantime, their court case is still going on in Germany, don't forget, my mum's injuries. And he's like the guy who's helping them. Yeah. Anyway, so he asked me what time the bus leaves. I said, I'm in my car. He gives me these 3 tablets. I think I took them in front of him. He gave them me out of his bag. He's got like a leather bag. I can picture this stuff in my mind. I'm one of them people, when I start thinking, I can start picturing stuff. Do you know what I mean? Especially as this has been playing on my mind ever since.
Yeah.
What's it now? 32 years now. So I go home. I take the tablets. He'd also said to me, make sure you leave the catch off the door. Because obviously, if he's come to major, you might not be able to answer the door. Me, gullible man, yeah, no problem. So I take his tablets and I'm sitting there and I can feel them getting on and they get stronger and stronger. And I remember, hang on, got to go and lock the door, take the catch off the door. And then they were getting so strong then I remember thinking, this seemed to go on for like a couple of hours at least, if I remember. And I remember thinking, if he don't fucking know, I'm going to be sleeping in a minute. So I mean, I really was having to force myself now to stay awake. Anyway, and the door bursts open, and he doesn't run in, but you know when someone hurriedly comes in?
Yeah.
Right, so he comes in, and this woman, quite a big woman, with sort of darkish hair, brown hair, she comes in behind him. He goes and stands by the stairs, which are to my right. My settee at the time was right, more or less, next to the porch where the front door is, which is literally feet away. Yeah. And he says to her, go and get a chair. And I try to stand up, me. I thought, I'll get a chair for you, in the kitchen. He sort of said, no, you stay there. They made sure I stayed on the settee, kind of thing. You get this chair. She comes out of the kitchen, she gives him this chair. And I can see him lying in his chair, and I can see him looking out the window, like he's looking at the window or something outside. And he's kind of lining it up or whatever. And then he must have got it in whatever position that he wanted, which I obviously wasn't quite clicking to at the time. He walks me to the chair. And they put me on a chair, and she's kind of stood in front of me, directly in front of me. I'm very, very sedated. I remember this. He's to the right of me on the floor. He's bent down. He's doing something. He's doing something with his medical bag. I don't know what he's doing. I know that they put this thing around my arm. Yeah. She's leaning over me. She's got my arm up and she's saying, I can't find a vein. I can't find a vein. And he sort of goes, hurry up. Not like that. I can sort of hear him saying it to her. Obviously, my mind's slowing down. You know what I mean? And then he stands, he sort of pushes her out. He stands up, he pushes her out of the way, and he's got this needle. And he leans over me, and I can feel him push it into my arm like that. I'm obviously watching him, but I'm still quite not aware of what's going on. And I remember my brain went, what time's your bus leave? What time's your bus leave? Your mum's phone, kind of like this message in my head.
Yeah.
It just, and I pull my arm away, and I see it all spurt out. So I don't know how much of it I actually got. I could have got it all, I could have got a bit of it, I might not have got any of it, I don't know. Yeah? Well, I do know it was strong enough to fucking knock me out. Anyway, I'm now, as I said to him, I screamed out to him, so what the fuck are you doing? My fucking little girl's only 10 days old. Do you know what I mean? And that was like the last words I could kind of get out of my mouth.
Yeah.
And they panicked. They panicked because I pulled the needle up and knocked it off. And they ran out of the house.
He ran out of the house?
I'm going to come into a bit more detail that I've never said in the film here, right? Because there's other things that happen. And I've never said in my videos because obviously I've held stuff back and all this stuff.
Yeah.
I'm now in this chair. I'm thinking, I'm fucking paralysed. I was lucky there was a nurse living next door to me.
Mm.
But I'm thinking, I can't scream, I can't shout, I can't do anything. I'm like really feeling paralysed. But I can manage to move my head and I look around and I'm looking out what is my front room window. And I can see a guy slightly above me. What it was a car park outside my house, and there was a big wall with a fence on it. So if you stood the other side of that wall, you could look down into my house, into this window. Yeah? So I look round and I can see through the window this face to the right. And that was my last memory. I then obviously passed out.
Yeah.
I don't know, it was the next day. This is why I'm really confused. I thought it was the next day. I believe it was the next day. This is really confusing now. because I'm obviously unconscious or whatever.
So the lady that Shipman's come to your house with, that was his wife?
Yeah. Yeah, but at the time I didn't know that was his wife. I just thought she was a nurse.
A nurse, yeah, but it was Primrose
Yeah.
Shipman.
Yeah, well, we'll get into that later on, mate.
Mm.
So, oh yeah. So this guy looked at me through the window. As I turn my head, he's obviously to my right. He's looking down into me. I fall unconscious. Whatever time it was, I remember coming around very, very slightly. And as I'm coming around, I can hear someone whispering behind me. I can hear a guy and I can hear a woman's voice. And I think they're like prodding me or whatever. And I go, is he dead? Is he dead? Sort of thing. And I'm not, you know what I mean? I'm hearing something like that. I fall off the chair. I fall off the chair, which is right next to the stairs going upstairs. It's only a small house, only a small front room, do you know what I mean? And I remember screaming, right, and I don't know how, but I managed to get up, and I'm getting up. It's pitch black. It's dark. I'm going up the stairs, and on my right, as I look down into the front room, there wasn't a wall there, it was just a staircase. It was an open plan house, basically. And as I look down into the front room, I can see something moving, and behind that something, I can see the back of this woman's head with brown hair, because there's a street light outside, and it's an orange street light, and it's reflecting through the window. It's on the car park, the street light, and it's lighting up part of the house through the window because the curtains are obviously open. And this is catching the back of her head. I'm busy. This is catching the back of her head, and I can see the back of her head, a woman's head. And I could hear the door slam really loud.
Yeah.
And I'm starting to remember things, you know, what they've done to me and everything. And it's getting bad. So I get up the stairs. I think, right, I've got to get a message to my wife. I need her to understand there is something wrong, or my father, whoever finds me, in case I don't get through this. Because I'm really bad. I'm just barely conscious. So I think this is kind of when my army training is kicking in now a little bit, you know, that survival thing.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, right, my baby daughter's bedroom is on the right. Single bed. Me and my wife's bedroom's on the left. There's 2-bedroom house as I get to the top of the stairs. I think, put yourself in Lauren's bed. Because maybe someone will say, why was he in that bed and not his own bed? Do you know what I mean? It's like I was trying to send him a message at the time. I was still quite aware of this at the time. I remember that.
Yeah.
I put myself in the bed. I come round. It's 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Now, I'm not sure if it's the next day, the day after. I believe it may have been unconscious for more like 36 hours altogether, whatever it was. I don't know. I'm not sure. You know, so I can't be definite about this. What I do know is we didn't have a house phone, so I've got to walk down to the bottom of the hill where we live, and there's a public phone, and phone my wife, make sure she's all right. So I phone my wife, and she says, where was you last night? And I'm thinking, what do you mean, where was I last night? What had happened as I come downstairs, obviously, I'd seen the door was still wide open, and the chair was still there.
Yeah.
And I'm getting little bits of flashbacks and that, but it's not really making that much sense to me because I'm not seeing it in a court.
Uh-huh.
I'm seeing it a bit of this and a bit of that, and you know what I mean? It's just not really making sense to me. And I'm thinking, he's trying to kill me. No, you imagine it. No, you're off your head. It's them tablets. It's just you, you know, because obviously you got loads of doubts yourself. I go to the phone. I'm talking to my wife. She said, "Where was you last night?" I ain't got a clue what she's going on about. Where was I last night? I said, "Well, Shipman's giving me his tablets and everything. And he's been round to see me." And I can't fucking remember where I was. Do you know what I mean? I can't remember where I was last night.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's all confusing for me, this, see?
Yeah, it's very confusing for you.
Yeah, so... Anyway, I told her what happened. I've been seeing Shipman and everything, you know what I mean? Oh, mind, I've not even bloody played the U2 album yet. You know what I mean? Which is like, you know what I mean? Which is one of the reasons I went to Hyde as well while I was there, you know, because I lived about 4 miles away. So, anyway, I come back home from the phone call. It's like 12:30. We have a bit of dinner, whatever. I obviously put the chair away, you know, shut the front door and everything. And I always remember this door after that. He must have, has he slammed it or she slammed it hard? He must have damaged it slightly because after that, you didn't need a key to the front door. You could just push it slightly and it's open. Do you know what I mean? So what the damage, I don't know, mate. I don't know. I don't understand. Maybe this is me just thinking something else here. So I go to work that night and I'm on 10:06. I get to work at 10 o'clock at night. I actually work in Hyde. And all my mates are going, well, my three workmates, I work on a big machine, a big batik, in a batik factory making textiles and everything. It's like a big textile area, Hyde, on same side for that, because the water's so pure. So it's a special type of water they need apparently for the wax. Anyway, so, you know, so it's quite a big firm, real big firm, part of the two group, Grunge Miner it's called. So I go there, foreman comes up to me and says, "Where was you last night?" So what do you mean, where was I? I didn't understand what anybody was saying to me.
Mm.
You know what I mean? I'm not really remembering this in some proper order. I'm really fucking getting confused now. Anyway, obviously I'm really in shock from it all still. I'm probably still under the influence of whatever it is he's giving me or whatever, you know what I mean? But don't forget, I don't really take tablets apart from what he gives me. I'm not sort of them people. I'm still a reasonably fit lad anyway. So, anyway, I do my shifts, everything. My wife was down there for 10 days. So, the following Friday, not that week, the following Friday, yeah, I asked my sister, who's come to stay with me with a little girl, because obviously I'm on my own now, and she's my second to last sister. She's come to stay with me with a little girl, yeah, and I want to hire a car now, because I need to get to Buckingham to pick my baby up and my wife up. Yeah, I finished now I needed to go on the Saturday morning. That was it. I was on a Friday night. I finished Saturday morning or the Friday. I can't really remember. But anyway, so I asked my sister, "Will you call in to work for me and get my wages while I try and sort this car out? I need to hire a car." You know what I mean? In them days, you got a driver license, which I've got, and all this lot. You can just go into anywhere, you can hire a car. You know what I mean? As long as you pay the cash up or whatever it is, the deposit. So, rather than owning a car, it's easier just to hire one when I needed one. So, she goes to work. She comes home. She's got sort of a normal wage packet, which I look at and think, that's a bit thin. And she's got a really thick wage packet. Mm. So I'm thinking, what's going on here? No, this is all, it's just like, I didn't understand what's going on. What happened was, I opened my wages, and it was like 30 quid or something short.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, why is the 30 quid short? I still didn't get it, all this. It took me 20 odd years to understand this little bit of it all. And I'm like, why is that so low? Anyway, I opened the other ways there. And I've just had a tax rebate of 700 quid or something. You know what I mean? Quite a significant amount of money for like 1987.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I averaged about £100 a week wages. That was classed as a decent wage or whatever. Maybe on nights I got like 120 quid a week. Wow. So, 700 quid, whatever, yeah. Says to my sister, look, I've got to go and pick them up. I'm going to be back on Monday. I gave her some money. Said, you go shopping. I give her a load of money, like, because I always feel Spanish and my little sister. Give her a load of money out of this. You go shopping, you treat yourself, treat my niece, who's about 18-month-old, then I believe. Yeah. And get me a bit of shopping in, and I'm going down to see Trudy in Buckingham, and I'm going to pick them up, come back on the Monday, I think it was. I drive down to Buckingham, I'm kind of happy, I've got a bit of money, I had a big Rover, really posh car kind of thing. For me it was posh anyway. You know what I mean? I flew down to Buckingham, stayed at my mother-in-law's house, which was near the vicarage. Had a great time. Went to Milton Keynes, bought me a little girl who was a baby. I remember buying her a load of teddies.
Yeah.
We couldn't make a mind up. We couldn't make a mind up. So we literally spent about 100 quid on the teddies. You know what I mean? Like, we literally bought about 20 teddies. So I mean, all about the same size but different colours, or one would have a bit of blue or a bit of purple, like some quite funky colours, really. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So get back, whatever. Go back to work for a couple of weeks. I might still get made redundant. So made me redundant, and they made the people redundant were the people who've had time off.
Yeah.
And don't forget, I don't understand that I've had a day off longer than I think I have, which I don't know about.
Uh-huh.
I'm not going to go and see Shipman and get a sick note, am I? How can I?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So I'm like, this is really getting to me, man. I don't know what I'm thinking about. So I'm going to lose my little girl through this. My wife, and I know something, that day I woke up, my lifestyle changed forever. I have no witnesses to this. I have no evidence to it. Whoever I tell, it's my word against a nurse who I believe to be a nurse and a qualified doctor, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
My lifestyle thinking this is really becoming overwhelming to me at the time.
Yeah.
Right, it really bad, right? And I'm obviously traumatized. It was being so traumatized. I don't realize I'm in a really bad state mentally. I don't, you know what I mean? I'm walking around like a zombie half the time. But I do know that I'm going to lose my wife and my kids through this. Eventually, something's going to happen, and that's my fear at the time. Anyway, yes, I got made redundant, blah, blah, blah. I went to stay with my mother-in-law, who's now moved to London, in the West End, and she's doing ministry to prostitutes and street girls, around Soho and all this lot.
Yeah.
So I go and stay with her for a few weeks and help her set up a new flat. Yeah, my wife comes with me and the baby comes with me. With a couple of weeks, maybe 3 weeks. Basically all of December. Apart from Christmas, I think. Christmas Day and that. I think Christmas Eve, something like that, we came back to Duckerville. Right. So we're in London. My wife gets a bit of a part-time job because it's a bit boring for you know what I mean. And there's a really posh, I think it was called the Seashell Chip Shop, and it was about 100 yards from where we were living in this flat in the West End. It was so posh, this chip shop, right? The Queen got fish and chips from there. Honestly, mate, you go there, and it'd be like Rolls Royces outside and everything. And I looked at the price of fish and chips. Now, this is 1987. Cod and chips was £8.50. I can't believe it. I was gobsmacked, mate. I think lemon sole and chips was like 15 quid. Absolutely gobsmacked me there. But, you know, I'm from the poor old north, you know what I mean? Hey, a quid will get you anything in Manchester in them days. Do you know what I mean? Anything like food-wise, like, I don't know, pudding and chips was probably about 50p. Do you know what I mean? So, I'm gobsmacked by this. I couldn't believe it. Anyway, in the meantime, I'm doing a bit of ministry with my mother-in-law around Soho and everything. We never really succeed at it and that, but I'm like, wow, this is fucking madness, this place. You know what I mean? You walk around Soho at 2 o'clock in the morning, mate. It's mad. I don't know if you have. I'm just generalising. It's fucking madness. I couldn't believe it, mate. Honestly, I really couldn't believe it. Do you know what I mean? Well, you didn't know there was a lot of money in London then. A hell of a lot of money in the West End. Do you know what I mean? I mean, for example, I seen a guy just near where I lived in a tunnel that goes, goes under the road goes above it, and it's like a walkway under the road. Yeah. And this guy smashed out of his head. Yeah. He can't even stand up. His eyes basically rolling in his head because he's so happy, and he's going, in a harmonica.
Yeah.
And people are going past him and throwing quids in his thing. I'm thinking the guy's off his head. He can't even play. He's just going, down the thing. And people, I can't believe how opulent it was in them days, even then. Do you know what I mean? I just couldn't believe it. And I did a bit of washing up in hotels down the Bayswater Road and everything. I mean, I'm not being funny, right? I went to the job centre because obviously I was down there for about 3 weeks, maybe a month, and I'd signed on down there from this address, my wife. I went to the job centre on Euston Road, just near the BBC places. And I went in there and sorted out my money and everything. So I know that was the goal. The job centre was just near the chip shop where my wife had started working part-time. Yeah. She was working about 15 hours a week and she was getting £85 a week wages, which was absolutely unbelievable in them days. You know what I mean? For serving on the tables or whatever. I remember I got a job in, that was it. You go to the job centre there, which is just round the corner. And I go in there one day, I'm looking for work, whatever. And there's this queue formed. So I asked this guy, what's this queue for? He says, that's the guys who want some cash in hand. I went, what do you mean? So they're the guys who go wash up in the hotels and everything.
Yeah.
I said, right. So they're illegally advertising cash in job hands in the job centre. My head just went west with that one. I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow, what the fuck is this place? Do you know what I mean? And seriously, so you had homeless people would do it. They come in the job centre and stand in a queue at 9 o'clock in the morning, whatever, hotels or whatever in Covent Garden and Bayswater Road and all that, all in the West End would phone up and they would say, we need 2 guys with a shack to washing up in the hotel, or, you know what I mean? And so I did a bit of work in that. I got a job in Covent Garden washing up at a place called Rules Restaurant. Okay. This is really posh. This place was unbelievable, mate. I was there washing up in the kitchen. a Friday and a Saturday night. I did it a couple of times, really. And I remember when I got to the place, I went to go in the front door. They're like, oh, no, go round the back, go downstairs, round the back, you're like, oh, God, like a real burn in the stomach, do you know what I mean? Hey, so I go downstairs, I go in the thing, it's like 6 o'clock, I think I started that night. And they go, we'll give you a meal. Now, the chef I had at Bayswater Road at the hotel up there, I think it was actually called the Bayswater Hotel, but I can't remember. He'd make you a proper decent meal, mate. He was like a Scottish guy. He was working class. He proper, like, he was into you too as well, you know what I mean? So he was a good geezer. And he looked after you and that, you know what I mean? He really looked after you. So we got in this place, you're like, I'm already believing I'm scum because the guy at the front door's told me this. You know what I mean? And, anyway, give us a meal to start with. I'm thinking, that'd be a pretty decent meal, this or whatever, posh restaurant, whatever. Sausage and bloody chips, it was cold. I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my God, what the hell is this? It was like, you know what I mean? Anyway, I had a bit of a meal, straight into the washing up. It's quite easy to like 9, 10, and then it picks up. And now all the posh people in the West End come into this place and they have their meals. And these are super rich.
Yeah.
The meals they wasted in Pep's that day, I've never eaten that good.
Uh-huh.
And they were throwing it away. The racks of beef, ribs of beef, and every one of them would have like a big tray of a rib of beef, and they'd maybe have one piece out of it. And trays and trays and trays of oysters. And I know, because I had to wash them all up. Do you know what I mean? And clean them all up. So I did that. Left, whatever. Gets back to my Christmas. 6 months later, or 5 months later, I think, right. My wife went down to her parents in South Wales. By then, her father moved to South Wales. He was living in Aldershot where I'm now. He was living in South Wales, back in South Wales, where they're all from. She goes down to South Wales. I'm thinking, look, I need to finish with her for her sake. I don't know why. I just became aware this is going to be impossible. It's all seemingly impossible, So we're on the verge of splitting up over this. And I can't tell her this because she's not going to stand me, and you know what I mean? Anyway, so I agreed to move down to Wales. We moved down to Wales. This is 1988. So I'm now away from Shetland. I'm away from all that.
This is 1988, yeah?
Yeah, this is like the summer of 1988, maybe the June or the July. Yeah, so we moved to Caldicot in Wales, which is a place I've lived before, don't forget. So we moved down there. My father's a world-class tattoo artist.
Mm-hmm.
He's been a world-class tattoo artist for like a long, long time. You know what I mean? Him and, when you think of Kat Von D and these famous top tattoo artists, these celebrity ones.
Yeah, yeah.
His partner was Mickey Sharps. Now, Mickey Sharps makes their tattoo machines.
Uh-huh.
So that's the sort of caliber you're dealing with. Right?
Yeah, yeah.
Anyway, I'd done a bit of tattooing as a bit of a whatever to help him out in Aldershot, even though I'd not had any training. It was just very, very simple stuff. But, at the time, I was an army guy, and I was very confident at everything. So I did fear it. I was quite a good artist anyway. So, nothing spectacular, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? There was no Rembrandt. I was like, put a little bit of green in on a leaf sort of thing. Anyway, he'd actually retired from tattooing for a bit then. So he says, he was always saying for me for years, get into tattooing, Mark, get into tattooing. I'm like, I'm thinking, no. I'd obviously done a bit of tattooing, and I knew tattooers through him and whatever. I'd met tattooers through him. Real old celebrity tattoo. This is the Mr. Bigs of the time at the tattoo world in this country. And I know a lot of these guys. I knew Mickey Sharps. I'd talked to him about music. So yeah, is this world-class tattoo? And Mark's more interested in talking to him about playing guitar. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he wins the award. He gets, he goes to Japan. He's actually got 2 factories now making tattoo machines. He's got one in America, and I think he's still got one over here somewhere. Yeah, seriously, that level. I've still got him on my Facebook, mate. Anyway, we go down there. Yeah, it's quite a good summer. Jack decides, shit, I've said his name wrong, but anyway, Jeff Jagger his name was. That's his trade name. So he decides he wants to get back into tattooing now. I've been doing a bit of tattooing on my friends, a couple of friends, nothing spectacular, but I'm getting into it. Do you know what I mean? My wife, luckily, had done a bit of tattooing. So she was the whole family, they were tattooists. They've been in that game for a long time now. So he decides we'll move up to Manchester, back to Manchester, to Clayton, and we'll open a shop in Gorton called the House of Tattoos. So any of your listeners are out there, the old school guys, they'll remember the House of Tattoos because it's on a really big main road opposite Debdale Park, which is the start of Gorton. It's actually right where the old reservoir pipes go across the road. It's like
House of Tattoos, yeah?
Yeah, House
in
of
Manchester.
Tattoos. Yeah, in Gorton, yeah. So I start working there with him. We're building up slowly. We actually built the shop from scratch. It was just a derelict building. Me and him spent, I don't know, a good couple of weeks putting floors in, whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Old school tattoo shop. He's a proper old school tattoo. But he bought this kind of a house, it was, anyway. So I'm working with him. I'm learning, obviously, instantly. I got a natural ability with it. Obviously, I think I knew that in 1984 or 83, whatever it was. Yeah, so he's obviously world-class terrorist, old school terrorist as well. Business is picking up really, really, really well. We're in Clayton one night. We go out. We come home. This is more or less 2 years to the day. Oh, sorry, I've left a big part of this. When I was in Wales, what I did do is I got to the hospital passing blood. I got to the hospital. Obviously, I'm aware of what shipment's done to me. It's come back to me by now. After sort of 8-9 months or whatever. And it's all coming back to me. And I go there and I'm throwing up blood and everything. I go home. I think I need to see the doctor. I go and see this doctor. I always remember this because I think it was more or less a year to the day after he's done this to me, Shipman. It was around that week anyway. By the time I got an appointment and everything. Go and see the doctor. I tell him, this guy's making me think I've got a growth in their chest. He's making me think it's cancerous sort of thing. I tell him he's been around my house to inject me, whatever. This doctor, Dr. White, I think his name was, he doesn't understand what I'm trying to say to him. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Obviously, I don't know him. I've never seen him before. I tell him, this guy, he's come on, he's tried to inject me and all this. He's making me think this. He's been making me think this. So I've got the medical evidence backs this up, which proves this. He actually wrote down, although I didn't know this at the time, he's wrote down, I am concerned about this man being led to believe he's got a malign growth rather than a benign one. I'm not sure what the words are, mate, but whatever. Yeah. Because I wasn't aware he'd done this. I don't know, obviously, what he's writing down in front of me. He suggests, though, that I go and see a psychiatrist. I think, right, I don't know what a psychiatrist, but what I do know is if I go there, they'll talk to me and I might be able to get this out of me. Yeah? And tell them someone about shipment, obviously. You know, I'm now throwing up blood and shit. You know what I mean? Anyway, for some reason, I never ever got this appointment. And obviously, we'd moved to Manchester then after that, and, you know, I'd waited a few months for that appointment. I remember that. We moved back to Manchester, and we're living in Clayton. The shop's doing really well. We go out this one night. I come home. I'm sat in my front room. My wife says, I'll just go down the road and tell our brother-in-law at someone else's house that our father-in-law is going to pick him up and take him home because he lives about 2 miles away. You know, give him a lift home in the car. Yeah, he lives in Newton Heath at the time, my brother-in-law. Anyway, something happened, an altercation happened on the way back to my house. I was in the house, so I don't know what happened. I hear just knocking on the door. I go outside. I've not even got any shoes on me. And I see 6 or 7 people seemingly trying to batter my wife. She's only very small. Yeah. Now, this family are very, very notorious family from Clayton. That's all I'm going to say about. Right? I don't know them from Adam, and I didn't know them then anyway. I'd heard of them, but I didn't know who they were. You know, I mean, I'd seen them in the pub and everything, but I didn't really realise who they were or anything. So I come out, I'm left outside now, and I have a massive fight with these guys on my own. And I get really pretty badly injured eventually. I give them a good go, mate. No, I was a bit lad still. But eventually, you know, one of them hit me with something across my hip and it's put me on the ground, and then they've just all laid into me. I'm in a real bad way. My eyes are bleeding. My head's bleeding, you know what I mean? My eyes are swollen, I can't see. I can feel the blood dripping down my face, everything. So my father-in-law, so they take me, that's it, an ambulance comes and they take me to hospital in Manchester. I can't remember what's called now, but the main hospital there. I'm in there. 2 old ladies have been run over on Hyde Road in Gorton. I remember this. And their injuries are real serious, mate. I'm talking really bad. I think the legs have come off on both of them. Yeah. And they're in the thing next to me. I'm thinking, look, I don't really trust doctors now because of shit, man. Because this other guy's not listening to me, whatever, you know, about doctor shit, man. I'm in a fucking real mess now, but I just kind of made that excuse. I used that as an excuse. Stop, come on, take me home. And he's saying, are you sure? Are you sure? I said, yeah, take me home, Jeff. Sorry, yeah, Jeff. Take me home. We can come back tomorrow or something, whatever, you know what I mean? Maybe it'll go down a bit or whatever. I go home. A couple of hours later, I start getting in a really bad state. Now they have to take me back to hospital. They keep me in there, and I get released the next day. Yeah, no charges are pressed with this family or whatever, you know what I mean? I actually got home with them after this. I think that's quite a lot of respect for me after that, put it that way. And my eyes go up for 3 weeks eventually. Like 10 days or something, still bleeding. You know when you have like cuts around your actual eyelids, little miniature cuts and that. Yeah. Well, they keep bleeding. You know, you can imagine every time you blink, you're bleeding. My eyes, I can't see very well. I know that. And this kind of head things, whatever's happened to me then in the head is kind of making me a bit sick of that now and again. But it was pretty bad, and all my eyes were getting all jellied up and that. There was like jelly stuff in my eyes, which I realised now I believe was just congealed blood. You know, I'm trained in first aid as in how to stop a bullet wound or whatever, but nothing like to know anything like what doctors know, you know what I mean? It's like, well, I'm really not interested anyway, mate, to be honest. You know what I mean? I'm like, you know, that's depressing shit as far as I'm concerned. I just want to know when I'm going to get better, me. So, anyway, after 3 weeks, I have to go and see this doctor. This is one at Clayton Medical Centre in Manchester, and I go and see her. She gets me taken to the eye hospital in Manchester, which luckily is still only a few miles from me, because I'm pretty central to Manchester now in Clayton. It's quite near Manchester City's football ground now, you know what I mean? If you know of that. And they treat me, they do whatever it is, they clean my eyes out fine, it starts clearing up where I start getting better from all this stuff. If I sit down with this family, we sort it out. Nothing's going to come back on my wife, nothing's going to come back on my father-in-law. I don't care if it comes back on me, mate. I'm not scared of them, you know what I mean? I'm like one of them. Stupid. You know, I'm not brave. I'm just stupid. You know what I mean? Hey, so anyway, but we have a sit down, we have a beer together, it's all sorted, so I don't have to worry about that. Anyway, my brother was giving his council house up in Hyde. But my wife at this time, she became a very nervous person. You know, just, I don't know what it was, I think maybe a little bit of stress and all the spirit in her and everything. Anyway, we moved back to Hyde. Obviously, we live around the corner from our father. We literally live 100 yards away, and my sister and her brother-in-law live about 2 miles away or a mile away or whatever. You know what I mean? So, but obviously they're at work, whatever. She's young mum at home. We'd had another son by then, by the way. We had Daniel, didn't we? In 1989. And we moved back to G-Cross in Hyde. I'm still working at the tattoo shop. It's now sort of 1990. My wife says to me, look, Mark, I'm feeling really low and everything, you know. I'm going to go and see Dr. Shipman and get him to give me some tablets, you know, to lift the mood. I actually called it, I described them on my video as happy tablets because that's what they are to me. It was just a generalisation. I'm not trying to, whatever, diss anybody. I just called them happy tablets because I didn't really understand anything about them, to be honest. So happy tablets, So I said, do not go there. I said, promise me, whatever you do, you'll go and see any doctor just as long as it's not shit. And I tell her, look, he's tried to kill me. I've been telling people now for a good couple of years now. Well, 3 years up to then. And no one's listening to me, not one person. I've told doctors, I've told a couple of personal people, friends or whatever, and no one's believing it. They actually, and I feel sorry for them, still all innocent in this. I think they started to think I was losing the plot rather than I'm going through a lot and I'm very traumatized by all this experience, So, and I'm changing as a person, Pep, let's be honest. I'm changing mentally now. No, I got quite badly injured in Clayton and it's kind of changed my mental thing. I've already had Shipman try and kill me. I've literally not that far off death that night or been permanently damaged, put it that way, but you know, I still knock one of them out. I'm quite proud of that fact. So anyway, I did a couple of them actually, to be honest, because I was pretty mad on it. But so we're moving on, I don't know. She's saying going about Sherman, I'm like, please promise me, whatever you fucking do, don't go and see Sherman. And I'm getting very stressed about this. And she doesn't understand what I'm trying to say to her because she's innocent, isn't she?
Yeah.
Now everybody, this is the thing, is everybody who's involved in this were the innocent ones. The people you were told were innocent. Yeah? They didn't know this was all fucking true what this guy's doing. None of them. But my family members, they didn't understand it was all coming together as this massive jigsaw that went for years. So I tell her she won't listen to me. She goes to the doctors. She puts on his tablets. She changes literally by the next weekend. I'm not going into detail because I don't want to diss her or slag her off because she was just as much a victim as Dr. Shipman as I was. Yeah. And so were every single member of my family. Every single one of them. As were every single person who ever saw that guy were the innocent ones. He was an evil piece of shit.
Yeah.
And his who we now know is his wife. Yeah. He's all the way up to now, yeah. So she's in my life now, starts becoming a nightmare. It becomes such a nightmare what's going on with her. I can see her changing. I can see what he's doing to her. I can see this is all similar to what happened to me over them 14 months, 3 years before. Anyway, the council moved us from that house. We live in G-Cross, which is the top of that's where Ricky Hatton lives and all them lot. If you've heard of them, you probably heard of Ricky Hatton and Matthew Hatton and that. So they live up to G-Cross where we lived. We then moved to Newton.
The Pepsi Watson podcast, Modern Thinkers. So, Mark, you've given us a very harrowing and chilling account of what sounds like a targeted campaign by Harold Shipman against you. You've also shared lots of stuff about your life, going into the military. So you spoke about your dad, your family, stuff like that, having your first child, your daughter. So, yeah, I just want to thank you for sharing that stuff with me. I know we spoke earlier on the break and you spoke about how you feel that it was quite kind of therapeutic to get your story out. And so I just want to thank you for that. And for listeners all around the world, I know Harold Shipman is very notoriously known in Britain. I mean, he's arguably the worst serial killer in British history. He was an English doctor, one of the most prolific serial killers in global history. It was in January 2000 when a jury found Shipman guilty of the murder of 215 patients under his care. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, so he received the whole life tariff. Subsequent to that, there was a Shipman inquiry, which was a 2-year-long investigation of all deaths certified by Shipman, which was chaired by Dame Janet Smith, who examined Shipman's crimes, and the inquiry identified 218 victims and estimated his total victim count at 250, about 80% of whom were elderly women. His youngest confirmed victim was a 41-year-old man, although significant suspicion arose that he had killed patients as young as 4. So it's possible that he was a child killer as well. And then, these crimes came to light, was it in the 90s? Because he was sentenced in 2000. But it's very clear that he was committing these crimes, throughout his general practitioner career. And just listening to your story, I mean, you had this guy in your home. He tried to kill you, and listening to your story, you can. What came out in the story was Shipman's arrogance, his self-righteousness, this kind of feeling of invincibility, psychopathic traits, power, control.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like the bit when I said to him about my mum, when I said, to him, he's going about my mum pulling him, put me on Valium and that. I'm trying to get back in the army. I'm trying to train. I don't want to go on Valium. I don't even know what bloody Valium is, do I?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And I'm thinking, how come I'm on phone and they don't have a house phone? She can hardly walk. She was very bad at the time. I remember that. And she didn't really walk anywhere. So for her to walk to the phone, I think the nearest phone to her, I don't know, because she was living with my sister on Green Street in Hyden,
Yeah.
the bottom of the house on the road. So I don't know how far it would have been, but it would have been a walk. Do you know what I mean? And it's something she would have probably struggled with.
Yeah.
So I don't see her. This is where he plays a game now. He's starting this game between me and my family. This is we're only up to where we're up to my sister at the moment. There's so much to this. Seriously, mate, honestly. Well, it's still going on, really, isn't it? To be honest. I mean, I know I've dealt with it as much as I can, and it's been acknowledged that I'm a victim shipman and everything else and that. But,
absolutely, it's still going on in the sense of the impact. I mean, it's still something that is affecting you on a daily basis.
No. I mean, it's not just that, is it? There's a serial killer's accomplice walking round out there who's got away with murder.
Yeah.
And even the shipman inquiry itself says she's involved in 3 of the deaths. That's official. That's actually in the fucking inquiry. I had a copy of the inquiry, so I saw that. What isn't well known is, you say I believe the actual figure was about 280, 260, something like that.
Yeah.
He was, right. So what happened was, in court, he was actually convicted of killing 15 people. He was found responsible for the deaths of another 250, was it, or whatever, like you said?
250, yeah.
Yeah. Unofficially, the coroner who dealt with this, unofficially, reckons up to 1,500.
Yeah.
If you think, because don't forget, what he was doing, he was signing cremation certificates.
Yeah.
If there's no body, there's no evidence, is there?
No. Yeah, I mean, it's clear he was doing this, from the early days.
So unofficially, 1,500. I mean, I know for a fact my sister is involved in this because Shipman murdered her mother-in-law. And I'm not going to name them because that family have been through an absolute trauma. These are close to me, these people.
Yeah.
And she told me he killed a 30-year-old girl just round the corner from her. But, I think the press has got a lot of responsibility here because, there's so many voices out there that are unheard.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about the people who they don't know about. I'm talking about the families who maybe have doubts or that they're not sure or whatever, or the things around them were suspicious, whatever. But, you know what I mean? So, when people say to me, I would literally say, he's without a doubt one of the biggest serial killers in history, mate, and in the world, baby. You know what I mean? And to think that his wife is just getting away with this. You think about it, right? I mean, we're going to go into further stuff that I do, obviously, in this, but what happened? I mean, this literally, you won't believe how much goes to it. You'd think it was like easy once you got arrested, wouldn't you? That's when it really starts.
Yeah.
I mean, oh, God, Jeff, since then, mate, honestly, you won't believe it. So anyway, so to think that the inquiry saying this, they have an independent witness who wasn't involved in the inquiry, didn't know shit about the inquiry, but did know and was telling the police that there was a nurse getting away with her crimes. That nurse is his wife. The inquiry said that. I didn't even see anything about the inquiry until 2013, when someone passed me the official inquiry report. One of them, there's a lot of them. And this goes into her role. And her role was she is says, even in that, she was involved in 3 of the deaths.
Yeah, and she was at your house that day when he tried to kill you.
Yeah,
wasn't she?
absolutely, absolutely. And I'll tell you I identified, and that was just complete accident. So where are we up to now? We're up to meeting my sister, aren't we?
So what we were talking about before, if we go back, I mean, you were at a point where we're in the late 80s. You spoke about at this time, at this point, you know, the suspicions. You had these suspicions about Shipman, and this is something that you told me before the podcast. You know, that you'd been telling people before that he even came to the attention of the police, and before the lady in the funeral parlour had raised the suspicions which led to the police investigation. You know, you'd been telling people way before this that he's been tried to kill you, and no one was listening to you.
Yeah, no. You're right, mate. I mean, I've been trying for 11 years when he got arrested. It was 11 years I tried for before he even got arrested.
It was 11 years that you were voicing concerns about Shipman before.
I wasn't voicing concerns, mate. I was walking into the police station in Derby Central Police Station, the main station in the city of Derby, and I was on an interview. I mean, I can bring this in later if you want. I can tell the story up to that because I'm trying not to miss any of the history out of it because I want to show how hard it was to try and do this as well.
Yeah.
Because what I am aware of and what the public probably isn't aware of, I've been asked, there's 6 people like me out there. There's another 6 people like me out there. Mm-hmm. Now, 2 of them I got asked to meet when I first got a hold of the evidence. Now, I didn't even get all the evidence against him for 21 years. And that was just through sheer persistence. Yeah. I actually got the evidence, didn't I, in his handwriting in the end.
Yeah.
What I'm saying, but what backs up everything I'm saying. So, I'm getting lost now.
It's okay, you're on time, mate.
Right, so where am I up to now, mate? Remind me, because I'm getting lost.
You're talking about, you know, I said that about voicing concerns, and you said no. You were walking into police stations, you know, telling them.
Oh, right, yes. Well, yeah, but I want to try and build the rest of the story before I get to that, right? So, because this involves my poor wife and my kids now, as well, yeah, and other members of my family. So, I go out this particular night, May the 9th, 1991. I see my sister I haven't seen for 8.5 years, my little sister. I'm out having a drink anyway. I've got to get up for work early, so I wasn't drinking like heavily or anything like that. I was just having a sociable drink, yeah. I run into my sister, or 2 of my sisters, yeah, my 2 smaller sisters, and they suggest, look, go to this nightclub, which is just called. We used to call it as a doghouse at the time. Yeah, all the lads from Idaho remember. All the lads from Idaho remember this place. It was called Lowry's. Yeah, and it was quite a famous place, mate. Because if you weren't from Ide, you didn't go in there. Do you know what I mean? It was simple as that. Yeah, it was one of them places. Do you know what I mean? You didn't go from Ide, you didn't go in there. Do you know what I mean? I remember meeting a guy years ago, and he said he was from Buxton. He said they had a pub crawl, and it ended up with a night out in that place. He said they couldn't believe it. He just sort of sat in the corner like quiet little mouse. You know what I mean? It wasn't like bad. Well, I didn't see it as bad. You know what I mean? Anyway, it wasn't like it was like proper gangsters, right? But it was heavy place. You know what I mean? Yeah, it was brilliant. It was fun. Everybody knew each other from Ide, so we all got on anyway. So it was, you know what I mean? If you were from Ide, so anyway, what happened next? So we go to this club. It always pisses me off this bit because it's quite funny, this. These 2 really fit birds start chatting me up. Yeah. There's 2 really fit birds, right?
Yeah.
My sisters don't like this. I'm oblivious to this. I think they're just being nice to me. Women can sense it apparently, or can see it, right? So they have a big fallout and all this. Right? Anyway, I get home 20 minutes later, whatever it is. I get up the next morning, we get the kids ready, I'm starting at work at 10:30. I go to, I get a taxi, and my wife says, "Can you give me a lift into Hyde?" Yeah, no problem. We get the kids in the taxi, we go into Hyde, we get to Hyde, right just outside Ladbrokes, where that is the better job, Market Street, and we drop her off, and I never see my kids again for 24 years. So
Wow.
that was the last time I saw my daughter and my son. 24 years.
For 24 years.
Yeah, well, that was the last moment. I go to work. I'd actually just bought a car that day when I found this out. I just actually literally 10 minutes before I bought a car off my ex-brother-in-law. Anyway, my ex-brother-in-law there is like, he comes to see me. Sorry, it's not my ex-brother-in-law, he is my brother-in-law. I'm getting mixed up now. He comes to see me. I'm doing this big back piece on him. I've started this big back piece of tattoo on him. Yeah, because obviously I'm tattooing professionally all as well in Hyde. The lads in the pub right opposite me, there's a pub which was called the Church Inn. Now, this was the lads pub in Hyde. If you were one of the boys, you went in this pub.
Yeah.
Because it was kind of like doorman type characters, all bodybuilders, One guy from in there used to go in there, he was like a Mr. Universe guy, and yeah, honestly, mate, yeah. But all top lads. We all got on. There was I never saw trouble there, mate. Never. Because you wouldn't cause trouble in that sort of place, you know what I mean? Because you get proper sorted out. So one of the doormen from across the road, he comes to see me when I'm doing this big tattoo on my brother-in-law. And he says, "We just had a phone call. Your wife's left you." Right, all right, okay, I'm obviously aware of what mental state and what the poor girl was going through for the last 9 or 10 months, and you know what I mean? It was just like, bad it was. So, like I said, I'm not going to slag her off because she was innocent in this. Anyway, I finish work, I go home to my house, obviously, I go home, my children out there, my wife isn't there, there's no note, there's nothing. I think one of the neighbours come to me. And this is just someone stirring this, but, at the time, I don't think it was true, but it does make you doubt. She was saying, your wife's having an affair with the neighbour and she's pregnant and all this. So I just thought, you shit stirring, because I always knew this woman was shit. She was terrified of my wife. She was terribly jealous of my wife, because my wife was a good-looking girl, you know what I mean? She was a pretty girl. And she was like, whatever. But, she was all right, but I just don't like that bitchiness in people, mate. So, I mean, I really didn't take much notice of it, to be honest. And I don't even know if this is true, whatever, even now. Anyway, so me and my mate decide we are going to go out for a few beers. I'm trying to find her now. I'm phoning around different places. I can't find her. I can't find her anywhere. Yeah, do you know what I mean? I even to the stages I'm phoning. My ex-father-in-law was living in Salisbury in Wiltshire then.
Yeah.
Because he'd left the shop in Manchester and he'd gone and opened a new shop round there. He opened one in Winchester, and I believe one in Tidworth as well. But around that area, you know what I mean. And fair enough, you know, he's a great typist. Yeah, and what had happened the day before, a guy had come and fitted a brand new central heating system in the house.
Right.
Yeah. So anyway, so I go out, have a few beers, I get this phone call, and she's saying to me, I said, where are you? And she wouldn't tell me where she was or anything. She was like that. And to be honest, she was just being a bit of a bitch with me, because she started laughing at me, and it just wasn't the right time to do it. And I kind of lost the plot, and I smashed the window.
Mm-hmm.
And so she phones the police, whatever. And I'm thinking, but I wasn't just doing it because I was angry. I was doing it. You need to get away from me.
Yeah.
You're not fucking safe where I am. My children aren't safe. If I never see you again, mate, then, you know, at least I know you're going to be safer than you are with me, with fucking Shipman.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Because obviously she isn't going to listen to me. No one's going to listen to me. No one ever would. So I smashed the window, and I did it with that as much in mind as well as being pissed off. Anyway, so the next thing you know, the police come in and arrest me or anything, they just to get it sorted out.
Yeah.
In the meantime, this guy finds out that when he comes for his payment, his first payment for the radiators work he's done and everything, which was supposed to be that Saturday after I finish work, there's no one in the house to pay it. He comes, because I was at work and she'd left.
Yeah.
He comes back the Sunday, finds out he's not getting paid. This is like a $3,500 job or something. Because I left the house after that. After smashed the window, I left. I never went back after that because, you know what I mean? I knew it was the end. So he comes back. I believe he broke into the house. He takes all the radiators out of the house, everything. Does whatever it is. Obviously, the poor guy wants his money back. I don't blame him, you know what I mean? I'm not having a go at him.
Yeah.
But obviously, he's left the house, a bit of a mess, whatever. She came up on the Wednesday, sneaked up there on the Wednesday with whoever in a big van at 8:00 in the morning and emptied the house of all the furniture and that, which she could have had anyway, you know, it's her house. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to deny my kids anything. But she now believes I've done all this damage in this house. Do you see what I mean? Because of this radiators, the guy wasn't like taking them out the wall, he ripping them out the wall, plaster everywhere, whatever, I should imagine. I don't know, and I believe he broke the back door in as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
To get his radiators back. You know, obviously he can't do it to the front because all the neighbours are going to see him, aren't they? Yeah, and fair enough, mate. The guy was right to do it. I'd have done it. Or I'd have thought about it anyway. So, she now believes I've smashed this house up. I'm not talking to her. I don't want to talk to her. She doesn't want to talk to me. She now believes I've smashed this house up. This is all getting out of fucking hand now. This is unbelievable, mate, you know. But I knew that I always knew I was going to lose. I knew in 1987. I knew I was going to lose my daughter. I knew, all right, you've survived this. And you're lucky you survived this. But you're going to lose your daughter eventually. And that's exactly what happened this day. It just came to head this day.
Yeah.
So, what did I do? I moved into my shop. I did my tattooing. I got severe pneumonia. I won't go and see Shipman. I won't go and see a doctor. I was lucky I went to Buxton to visit someone. And while I was walking around with them, I collapsed in the street and they took me to the hospital in Buxton. and they there gave me penicillin.
Right.
That kind of helped heal me.
Yeah.
You know, I think I was 29 now. I'm 29 now. Yeah, so that kind of helped heal me within a few days. Yeah, no problem. But I'd also injured my arm. I broke my right arm, believe it or not. Within this time period, so it all happened at once, mate. I've got a date with this girl, and she's a really nice girl, really pretty, really whatever. You know what I mean? She's like a model wife, but she's a model wife. She's like, and I'm not serious on her. I'm like, obviously, I love my wife, don't I? But you know, it's just someone to talk to and go out and have a drink with and all that. And the trouble was, she always used to do me head in by about 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. So I used to sort of make a beeline away from her. You know what I mean? Because I just didn't want to be happy. I felt guilty being happy. Do you know what I mean? Because of the kids and that. So threw the towel in, whatever. Broke my arm. Couldn't work. The business started going downhill. I sold the shop in Gorton. I got rid of that. I'd invested the money from that into this new studio in Hyde. So, I'm from Hyde, so I'm happy here as well. You know what I mean? I used to got my mates across the road in the pub, and these are guys I've grown up with. It's not just a matter of mates. I've grown up with these guys since I was 16, and I'm now 29. You know what I mean? So these are all proper top lads tonight. And I know what Shipman's done to me. No one's ever going to listen to me. I'll just try and get on with it. And I kind of lost contact with her. There was a bit of contact, the odd letter now and again. No addresses, no phone calls. I actually believe she was living in Southampton somewhere. It's not like I'm going to go walking around Southampton, is it, knocking on doors, you know what I mean? God, I'd still be there now, wouldn't I? Eh? So I mean, it's just not happening, is it? So you know what I mean. And I truly wanted her away from me, mate, because of Shipman. I remember that, and I just thought, look, you're safe now. And I remember one time she did phone me, and she's like, "Oh yeah, the situation that was going on before she left, how bad it had become at times, or whatever." I mean, obviously, I'm not going into details because I don't want to embarrass anybody or anything. I mean, just this is what Shipman did to people. It was a bad time. I thought she's safe, whatever. At least she's away from Hyde. At least she's away from Shipman. And that's the only kind of that's the only thing that kind of like, I actually felt relief in a way. I know it sounds daft because I won't see my kids and don't know where she lives. But I felt the relief that she's away from where I am. Because where I am is Shipman. Yeah? And he's tried to kill me. I've survived. I'm not even sure if he knew I survived at that point. Because obviously I hadn't seen anybody. I hadn't seen doctors for years then. 3 or 4 years or whatever. We come to the October now of 1991.
October 91.
She left May the 10th. I break 2 ribs in an accident. Yeah, I know these are pretty bad. I've never broken ribs before, but what I do know is I can feel it's not right. You know what I mean? I'm in a lot of pain from it. Obviously, I'm a terrorist. I have to sit down. You know, I've only just got over my broken right arm. Now I've got 2 broken ribs. You know, I go to Donnybrook House, the medical centre. I go in there. I see a woman who I know, and I'm not going to say who she is because she's kind of related to me, and I don't want to bring it up. She's not with us anymore, bless her. And I don't want to drag her name into any of this. Like I said, I'm trying to keep the names out of it because they're the innocent people.
Yeah.
So I see her. She works at Donnybrook House. She works in the medical section. She's related to me. I say to her, oh no, I actually first go and see a nurse because I wouldn't see a doctor. And the nurse says to me, no, you're going to go and have to see a doctor. So you're going to have to go and see if they can fit you in, where they keep all the medical records, the appointments, desk and that. I mean, don't forget, Donnybrook House is a busy surgery. There's like 5 or 6 resident doctors there. They're the main surgery for Hyde, apart from a couple of other ones. There's literally 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 patients in that place. It might have been up to 10,000. It was busy. It was right by the bus station, so it's got a really good link. So the outlying estates in Hyde, like Cattersley and that, they come to Hyde. They pull up there. They're in the doctors. You know what I mean? Literally across the road, within a step. I go in there. I see my relative. She says to me now, because I need to make an appointment, who is your doctor? Oh, I can't find. She said, what? She knew who I was. So she looked for my medical records. She says, I can't find your medical records. Who's your doctor? I said, it's Dr. Shipman. She said, oh, he doesn't work here anymore. He's left. So I think, I've not seen this guy since fucking 1987. This day he's trying to kill me. This is now October 1991. And I've realised now everything just at that point is everything's true. There is no doubt. You can't doubt this. This fucking guy's now stolen your medical records to cover this up. So I say to her, I'm going, you do fucking know he's tried to fucking kill me, don't you? He's been making me think I've had cancer. I was going absolutely sick, mate. You know what I mean? I'm very, very distressed at this. I'm thinking, there's no doubts anymore. Nothing can be doubted.
Yeah.
The fucking guy's stolen your medical records. So I says, do you know where he's moved? She says, yeah, he's moved on Market Street. She says, Market Street from Donnybrook House. Behind Donnybrook House is a big car park. And at the back of the building is there, at the front, that is Market Street. And he's now moved into this surgery on Market Street in Hyde. But there's a back door to it, which is just across the car park from Donnybrook House. So I say to her, which one is it? She said, it's next to the old Dakar restaurant. Well, I obviously had meals in there, so I knew which one it was. So I go, and there's this big kind of like secure door, steel door, whatever it was. And I banged the fuck out of this door, mate. And I mean, I really banged the fuck out of it. And I must have been there for like 5 minutes doing this. Literally. I'm surprised no one fucking phoned the police, so it was that loud. Anyway. The door turns, the lock goes, someone opens the door. It's this woman who I've seen lifting my fucking arm up. And I click, I've seen you before. I know you from somewhere. You're one of them.
Primrose Shipman.
Yeah, but still I didn't know her name. I thought she was a nurse.
Yeah.
And this led me to believe even more she was a nurse. I went, what the fuck are you doing? My fucking... It's a good job that he didn't come to the door, because if he'd have come to the door, mate, I'd have just killed the cunt. You know what I mean? Seriously, that's how fucking serious I was.
Yeah.
And this is before I even knew what he did to other people. So, I go into the place where he's not about. She wanders off. She must have been gone for like, literally, I mean, I'm not joking, Peps, up to 15 minutes. I thought, I'm not fucking leaving here till I get an answer or whatever. What I do remember is when the first time I saw her when she opened the door, when she took me into the room, and that's when I was telling her about he's trying to kill me, and she looked at me and she turned white as a fucking ghost.
When she saw you?
Yeah. It's like she'd just seen a ghost. And I realise now, she had, hadn't she? Do you know what I mean? And I always remember this. She went out back. She's disappeared for 15 minutes. She comes back in. He's with her. Being his smug, arrogant bastard self like he was, evil cunt. And he's got some file in his hand. Now, I'm not sure if this was my medical records or just anybody's file or whatever, but he's telling me it's his file. And he says, oh, yeah, you know that thing you worried about? Yeah, it's come back from the army. Yeah, you're all clear, you're all clear. I haven't even seen this fucking guy for 4 years. He's lied to me since 1983 about this. This is now 1991. Yeah. And I looked at him, and I realised, obviously, because he stole my medical records, everything I'm saying is true, right? And you know when he said it to me as well, I always remember the sick fuck, he smirked at me. As if it was like, go on, fucking prove it. You know, one of them kind of things, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the arrogance.
I'm a doctor. Who the fuck are you? That was his attitude. Yeah, that was his attitude to everybody. And I just looked at him. I'm thinking, kill him. And I'm thinking, if you kill him, you're never going to see your kids again.
Yeah.
You've lost them anyway because this guy, but if you kill him, you're never going to fucking see your kids again. And all I wanted to do was see my kids again. Yeah, I know what he's done now. Now I'm going to fucking give it back somehow. I don't know how, but I remember thinking to myself, you're fucking having it, you are, prick. I remember that. He's very lucky I didn't kill him, honestly. You don't know how fucking close I came, but...
Yeah, just listening to you, I mean, he's got this shipment at this time. He's got a huge hold over your life, hasn't he, and over your mind. And
he's controlling my life, mate. He's been controlling my life. You think about it. I know it might not have been as bad then, but as far back as when I broke my ankle in 1979 or 80, whatever it was.
Yeah.
On and off, it's been going on all this time.
Yeah, for years.
Yeah, he's playing the Dr. Karma with me, isn't he?
Yeah.
But now I'm aware of him. Now I'm not in shock anymore. Now I'm fucking wide awake, mate. And I just looked at him and thought, you're fucking having it, you cunt. And it's as simple as that. So I just thought, I've got to get out of hide. And I did. Oh, yeah, I was also in trouble with the police. The police set me up as well around this time. With stupid fucking, it was a pathetic case. I didn't think it would be taken seriously because I was actually described as being 5'7" with long black hair in a ponytail and a tattoo of a swastika on my forehead. It was like they were describing Charles Manson or something. This is seriously, I got arrested for this. Because of that case that was going on, I'd been charged with it. I just thought it's a load of joke. All my mates would say, come on, we'll come fucking sort it out for you, mate. Because they knew I'd lost my kids and that. All my mates, the big boys and I, they'll go, come on, sort it out. I'm like, no, don't fucking do anything. Don't fucking do a thing to them. Let me go to court and I'm going to laugh at this in court. This woman says I'm 5'10" with black hair, ponytail and tattoo with a swastika on my forehead. I'm 6 foot, bald head. My hair's blonde when I do have hair. Oh yeah, she's been watching too many fucking crime films, hasn't she, Charles Manson? Seriously, it sounds like the description of Charles Manson, that, doesn't it? Seriously, when you think about it, if you see a picture of him, like black hair in a ponytail, long black hair, swastika on his forehead. I mean, I'm thinking, you got to be joking, man. This is going to court. I thought it was a bit of a joke. I really didn't fucking worry about it. You know? But he did that anyway, so I left hide. I've got this charge over me. I moved to Buxton. I get a bed sit in Buxton when I was in February 92, aren't we? Yeah? A couple of guys I lived above the Eagle pub in Buxton. There's a big pub downstairs. It's like on the main market in Buxton. It's like everybody uses this pub in Buxton sort of thing. You know what I mean? It's always like everybody goes out at the weekend kind of thing, and there's loads of like nightlife around it. There's loads of clubs around this square, and that's like one of the main ones. It's a big place. Also got an attached bar to it. There had discos and that. So I'm living right across above this place, right on the top floor. These guys, it's Valentine's night. Now, this particular day, I've had a letter off my wife bitching at me saying her divorce is coming through lately and whatever. You know, I'm thinking, I'm going through shipment. He's stolen medical record. You won't listen to her. I'd actually wrote to her and told her again in writing about shipment a couple of days before I left died. Because I did have a father's address. You know, I didn't fall out with a father. I didn't fall out with any of them, if you like. I just wanted to know where my kids lived, mate. So, what am I up to now? Oh, yeah, I get this letter. How the fuck she found me, I don't know. But my brother had passed it on, so obviously she did it to someone in my family and my brother had been to Hyde, he'd come back down to Buxton or whatever, and he's dropped this letter off. So he goes off on his whatever he's doing. I'm in his flat on my own, got his charge hanging over me, serial killer hanging over me. I open this letter. There's no mention of it on my kids. It's just basically, you know, I wish you no harm. The divorce will be through shortly and everything. So, and yeah, and I'd sent some photos down for my kids of me. Some recent photos. And she sent them back to me, which really pissed me off. Because this wasn't about me, you know, this was about me seeing my kids. Yeah?
Yeah.
And that really pissed me off, that, mate. So I wrote back to her and said, oh, you'll fucking divorce me, because if you don't, I'm going to divorce you. I don't know where you are. I just want to know where my kids are so I can see my kids again. That, you know, forget shipment at the moment. This is about my kids and that on this bit of it. So, anyway, I've got this on my mind. I go downstairs for a few beers in the bar. A few of the lads, local lads, who living in the same place as me, they know who I am. They know me because of my brother. My brother's a well-known guy. And they're going, we have a few beers. It gets to about 9:30, something like this. This is Valentine's night. I always remember this was a Friday night. So they say, do you want to come to Winking Man, which is this nightclub, right? And it's on one of the B roads between Buxton and Leek.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Buxton Leek over the Pennines are about, I don't know, a good 20 mile apart, something like that. And this club's about 5 miles from Leek, so I'm guessing it's 15, 40 miles from Buxton.
Yeah.
And I'm going, look, no, lads, I've had this letter. I don't want to go, whatever. And they're going on, and they're going on. And they've been doing it since 7 o'clock. All right, fuck it, come on, I'll come with you. What harm can it do? I really didn't even want to go up. I wasn't going there for anything else apart from have a beer, you know what I mean? Although the dance music was great. I loved the dance music at the time. So, well, that had all kicked off, hadn't it? That kicked off in 88, that did. So, the Manchester scene, I mean. So, what happened? I go to this club. They've gone off dancing with all these birds, doing the things that lads do. I've got a pint. I'm stood right at the side of the disco. I've got my back to it, and I'm talking to a girl who I'd been talking to earlier on in the night in this pub in Buxton. Because what happened was a lot of people from Buxton would go to the Winking Man. Yeah, this club.
Right.
Because it's only one of the other clubs that's open till like 1:30 in the morning, whatever it was. Everywhere else sort of shut, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was open, I think, nearly every night of the week as well. So that was the thing, you know, you could go there nearly every night. Maybe closed on a Tuesday or something. So I talked to this girl. I feel this fucking barge right in my shoulder. I knew straight away what it was. It's my accent. I'm a mank in a club full of people from Stoke and leak, whatever. And they fucking, people don't realise these people really hated Manx.
Yeah.
Seriously, like, yeah, they really did. I don't know why. I didn't even realise there was this rivalry. I didn't even understand this. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And the only time I've been to Stoke was in the magistrate's court, which was because of this. You know what I mean? So, anyway, I give this girl a glass. I hold this glass. I turn round, and in front of me, there's this big steroid freak and his mate. And his mate's like, he's a big lad. These are like big lads. This guy apparently was a doorman from Leek. Apparently in the tour, he's a bit of a doorman. And his guy's there. And he's nudged into me, you know, and he's sort of making out, oh, watch yourself. And I thought, I'm not being funny, Pep. I'm 29. I've been about, I was in Aldershot. I've seen this shit a million times. So his mate starts egging him on. I think, you just fucking picked on me on the wrong day. He steps forward, he goes to hit me. I just absolutely battered him. And I mean battered him. It just all come out of me, everything that day.
Yeah, all the anger and the pain.
Oh, yeah, well, because he was asking for it anyway. He was going to hurt me anyway. I actually feared they were both going to attack me because the other guy was riled up to fuck as well.
Yeah.
Because of my accent. As soon as I spoke, they heard my accent. He's a mank. It was like, attitude changes. We were hated in them days, mate. People from Stoke and that. I mean, I don't know what it's like now because it's all kind of like, but in them days it was pretty territorial, you know what I mean? Yeah, Manx and Scousers hated each other.
Yeah,
They still do. Manx and Stokies hate each other. Manx and Leeds hate each other. I mean, they really hate each other, Manx and Leeds. I mean, it's like that kind of thing. So, I'm thinking that, all right, you're a big steroid freak, whatever. I was never thinking this, and when he's done this to me, and I'm thinking, and I'm from fucking Hyde, mate. It's as simple as that. My wife's left me. I've lost my kids. I'm going for a serial killer. I'm looking at fucking potential time in jail. Bring it on. And I battered him anyway. I broke his arm. And I broke his left arm. I didn't mean to break his arm, obviously. I mean, I don't recall breaking his arm deliberately, but it was just a fight, right? Which I won. But anyway, it stopped his mate. It stopped his mate in his tracks because he was the bigger guy. So the doorman actually comes up and he throws this guy out because obviously he's a doorman at his club. He knows this guy's a doorman from Leek, which is 6 miles away. They all kind of know each other, and I think he knew he was a bit of a prick or whatever he was. At the time, a bit of a bully boy, if you like. And he throws him out. And I go to a bar, I'm having a pint, and I'm actually stood next to a guy, and we'll get to this bit as well in a minute. So I'm stood there, having a pint. Literally 10 minutes have passed. This fucking guy comes in now, demanding to the doorman that they phone the police on me, and I've broken his arm. And I can see him holding his arm, obviously, and whatever. Do you know what I mean? But I'm not aware that I broke his arm. Did. Do you know what I mean? So, anyway, and he was actually going into shock. He actually started going into shock. And you've never seen people go into shock. But obviously, you've seen people go into shock. You've seen a lot of shit, mate, yourself. So, yeah. I shouldn't really say that. But so you see someone go into shock, they do all sorts, they can do all sorts. Some people get angry, some people laugh. So this guy turned into a little kid stamping his feet. I'm not joking, he was like a little 5-year-old throwing a tantrum. I want the police, he's broke my arm, all this. I don't forget, the doorman seen him start on me. That's why he's been thrown out. Because now I've broken my arm, he lets him come in. The guy comes right up to me at the bar, the same guy. I figured, do you not fucking give up, you prick? I'm not in the mood, mate. And he starts going, I broke his arm. I said, I never fucking touched your arm. You broke my arm. His nose was obviously a bit of a mess or whatever. And he's holding his arm. And I said, get the fuck out of my face, mate. I'll fucking break your arm properly. Do you know what I mean? This time, I'm going to give it back again. And I just told him, get him away from me. Anyway, he's demanding the police. I left the place, mate. It was nearly time to go home anyway, so I just left and went outside. I go outside, I'm on the car park, I'm waiting for my mates. It was only 10 so minutes. Oh yeah, one of them came out and said, Mark, we're only going to be another 10 minutes, mate, it's finished. So just chill out. So I come out here, and now this guy and his fucking mate have come outside. Or his mate, the other steroid freak. He comes outside and he's fucking going, oh, he would have battered you if he hadn't have done this, and he'd have battered you. And I'm thinking, shut the fuck up, prick. I'm just not in the mood, you not get it. You've come to me on the wrong day. And I can see him getting riled, and I can see both of them coming out now. So I fucking picked up, I remember this. I picked up this big fucking plank of wood, and come on then, you fuckers. And that stopped them. Anyway, the police come. I don't think I've done anything wrong, Peps. I think I've defended myself. The guy stepped forward to me. Yeah? As far as I'm concerned, to attack someone, you must step forward. If you step backwards, then that is, you're defending yourself. So if everybody does come at you, you just step back first. I didn't actually step back, I just stood still, but he came at me though. So I'm just thinking, this is self-defense, load of bollocks, I don't believe I've broken his arm, now fucking freaking out on the steroids at me. I was fucking ready for war, mate. I'd had enough. It was fucking snowing, I'm freezing cold, I'm in the middle of nowhere. You know the score, mate. So the police come, they arrest me, they lock me up for the weekend in Leek Police Station. They interview me. I get the solicitor. He's a duty solicitor. I'm telling him, can you deal with my divorce and everything like this? I don't want my kids out, whatever, you know what I mean? And he's now warning me, look, you've broken his arm. I'm going, fuck off, mate. This is the guy fucking wants to punch me and everything, mate. And I just defended myself. You know, so I don't see it as anything serious. So I go to court in, where was it? Oh, man. That's it, yeah, it was in Leek. The court in Leek was held in a town hall. It's like a model. I can't believe it, me. It was like a modern, like, sort of building, you know, with like chairs you get in an office and like tables and that. Because it was like a court that they just sort of made and sat in as a court. It wasn't even a courtroom. It was just a room anyway. I'm sat there, whatever. The solicitor's not even told me his name, by the way. He's at court with me, like, this is... So, he's at court with me. They now remand me to Shrewsbury Prison.
Shrewsbury Prison, yeah?
Yeah, HMP Shrewsbury, the old one. I think it's closed down now, mate. Like, it's right opposite the train station. Yeah. So, I'm in Shrewsbury Prison now, which is like, fucking God knows how many miles from my house, but it's a long way for me. It's like 100 miles or 120 miles. There's a bit I've forgotten, and I must come back to this. You know when I told you about the thing in Strangeways who were doing that film, Panorama?
Yeah.
Right, well, a few months after that, when I got out, and just after Shipman had tried to kill me, his attempts on me, Panorama was on television. And it was all about this magistrate's court that had sent me down.
Right.
And it was showing you, like, how this magistrate's court, you had the clerk of the court bragging on national TV, we like to send people to jail, first offence, whatever. And they were comparing their sentences and what they did with the court across the Pennines from Hyde. Directly opposite is called Rotherham Magistrates Court. They were giving people chances. They were trying to help people, whatever. This fucking court sent a poor guy to jail for 4.5 months for stealing £7 worth of baby milk and food. And this is this guy on this documentary. They're going on about that. You had the governor of Strangeways Prison on this documentary. You've got a clerk bragging how they send people to jail for fun. You've got the governor on fucking Prisoner of Strangeways documentary going, There's fucking people in this jail shouldn't even be in this jail. If you think about it, Peps, I produced sick notes. I did everything the law requires me. Yeah. And they fucking sent me to jail, didn't they? For my, what's the name? What they called it? I didn't complete my community service, my 100-point hours.
Yeah, the breach, yeah.
I produced sick notes, I produced all the evidence you fucking need. I seriously am ill. You know what I mean? I'm being filled up with a shit by shipment, aren't I? This medical report he done for me, all my injuries in court, I'm thinking he's still helping me at the time. That never fucking appeared in court. That disappeared, that. I was just trying to blag my head that he's helping me, innit?
Yeah, yeah.
So that never came forward, which is why I got convicted. So I couldn't even fight the case. There was no case to fight, you know what I mean? It was like me against the police, wasn't it, and whatever. And this, which was deemed as the worst magistrate's court in the whole of the country. This is what it was called at the time. Yeah? You've now got the Governor of Strangeways on this program saying he's fucking sending people to jail, whatever, who shouldn't be in jail, whatever. You know what I mean? I get sent to Shrewsbury Prison now. I'm going back forward now to 1992, aren't I? So I want you to bear that in mind about how bad this magistrate's court is. And now you've got a governor who's basically saying, I shouldn't be in prison, haven't you?
Yeah.
Right? And this is on a national documentary. I'm in Shrewsbury Prison now. Do you want me to talk a bit about this? Because I was in there for quite a few months here. I was there for about 6-7 months, yeah. It's only like one main wing, and then you've got your canteen below you. I think there's only 4 floors. I can't remember, mate. But I was on the 4th. Yeah, so it was like, so the bottom's first, isn't it? Second, third, fourth. So there's 3 floors in all. So I'm on the 4th, right down the knob end of the wing, you know what I mean there? With all the fucking newcomers coming out, and all the big boys and all the lads are right at the other end of the wing, but I'm the new boy, So they put me in with some guys. I'm only on remand, everything, whatever. Luckily enough, the guy next door to me in this cell is the same guy who, remember when I said I was having a pint at the bar when I broke the guy's arm? Yeah. He was stood next to me at the car. This is the same fucking guy. The guy I'm in with, who they put in with me, is suspected of being a nonce. I'm unaware of this. I don't know this guy. I've just got back into prison, right? You know what I mean? I did become aware, like when people come and ask you for your debts and all that.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyway, so some scouts will come asking for my debts and all that. Some scouts chugged in up from the top end, and he comes on to him, and the guy's obviously a bit fucking nervous and that. And I looked at him and thought, don't even fucking start me in your bed, I'll slap you. You know what I mean? It's simple as that. I'm just not in the fucking mood. I'm at war with the world now. Anyway, they moved this guy out because apparently he may have been a nonce. I don't know, but I remember that he's going down to his canteen and all the guys be taxing him for the money and everything, or for Mars bars and all this shit, you know what I mean? And he was being bullied, wasn't he? Right? But leave him to it, mate. That was his life, innit? So, anyway, eventually, they moved me to the top end of the prison. Oh yeah, sorry. After 6 weeks on remand, I think it was 6 weeks. The screws are coming to me, going, "We've got a job for you." I'm like, "No, you haven't." "Oh yeah, you have. We've got a job for you. You've got a job in the shops. It pays fucking £6 a week or whatever." So listen, mate. I said, "I'm in fucking prison." He says, "What are you going to do? Lock me up?" "I'm not coming to prison to work for you for £6 a week." It's as simple as that, mate. Yeah. I didn't particularly believe I should have been in there anyway. I believe what I did was self-defense. I still do to this day. And then next time, mate, if the guy ever came up to me again, mate, I'd give it him twice as bad. You know what I mean? So, I'm lucky that this guy's now telling everybody on the wing, look, this guy's, he's seen me bat this guy, and he's a big guy and well-known dorm and all that. And so he's saying, he's warning people, fuck about with him, bully him, whatever, don't mess with him. So I'm all right on the wing, aren't I? You know what I mean? Everybody's accepting me now. Yeah. So I eventually moved up the top end of the wing. Oh, that's it. I wouldn't do a job. I wouldn't work. So I did my first 6 weeks banged up. And then I get moved to the top end of the wing where all the weeds going on and all the business is happening. And I think there's 44 cells long or something in each wing, on each side. Something like that. Maybe 48, 50, I don't know, I can't remember. And I'm moving it with a guy who's in the wage traveller. Yeah. This guy was brilliant, mate. Right? He's an old pro, this guy. What a funny guy. Anyway, for the first 3 days I'm in this cell. I go in this cell, mate. There's crap everywhere over the floor. There's shit on the floor. He flicks his ass off the top bunk onto the floor. He doesn't work. He doesn't go for his dinner. He's a proper pad. He's a proper pad rat, isn't he? So for the first 3 days, I could think, fucking hell, I can't come in there and start preaching to him, can I? He's been in here for like a fucking year or something in this cell. So he's on the top bunk, I'm on the bottom bunk, I was quite good at art, so I used to do the odd drawings and that, and I did a drawing for one of the black guys from Wolverhampton on the canteen, and I drew him a picture of Bob Marley, which I must say was pretty good as well for me. Because I didn't really have anything to study up, I kind of had to do it from memory. I did it with colour pencil, I did a really good job on it, and he was very happy, so he gave me a big piece of black weed. So, me and this guy have been in this cell now for 3 days, not fucking said a single word to each other. He's trying to check me out. I'm not going to say fuck all to him, mate. I'm just one of them people, you know what I mean? So, I sit at the table, thought I'll break the ice, I'll make a split. And I made the split. And I was struggling with it a bit, to be honest, because I didn't really smoke much before then. You know, I'd had the odd split over the years, whatever. He says to me, "Do you want me to help you with that?" Oh, yeah, come on, mate. Come and sit down. So he come and sat down. We were best mates 10 minutes later. We had this split, mate. Yeah. So it turns out he was a New Age traveller. And he had a coach, and he was a very, very talented guy, very clever guy. But he was just a natural rebel. You know what I mean? And he was from, I think he was from Dewsbury originally.
Dewsbury, yeah.
Yeah, so I'll tell you about his case, man. He's moving to France. France was welcoming travellers. And travellers in France get a bit of an allowance, I believe.
Right.
Yeah, there's some kind of traditional law that they've got. If you go to France, they'll give you a bit of money every week in France because you're a traveller, and they really look after you, you know what I mean? The Romanese and that. And this guy's a New Age traveller. What he's done is put a great big old Greyhound bus, or whatever, it's one of them buses like that. He's done all inside out. He's got a Rayburn oven in there. He's got a bed. He's a very talented guy. He's very skillful with his hands, you know what I mean? He's turned the back into an open-up welding station, and he can weld on the road for people. So he's making his money and he's living like that, and he's travelling around with all the New Age travellers. He's on a site in the top of North Wales. He's moving to France the next day. And he just has to do it. He just had to have that kind of special brew too fucking much, didn't he? You know what I mean? So he decides, I'm going to try and run a cop car off the road with my big coach. Seriously. You know what I mean? Because he's off his head.
Yeah.
Drunk and whatever. Yeah, seriously, mate, right? The guy, he wasn't nasty, but he was just the wrong page. You know what I mean? And I'm like, now he's telling me this. I'm thinking, seriously, you were going to France the next day. Why did you do it? He said, I don't know. He said, we had all the money, we had everything packed, we had the fucking tickets to get over there and everything, because his girlfriend lived with him. She's a New Age traveller as well. We're moving to fucking France. Yeah, and he just decides he's going to do it. This guy is on B roads in the middle of North Wales, going through all these little valleys and these mountains and all this stuff, and he's got like a line of 4 or 5 cop cars chasing him. Yeah, and they won't come to overtake him or pull him in like that, because every time they do, he just switches lanes and he nearly runs them off the road. Because he's having to go at the police because he's moving to France. He's invincible. He doesn't believe they're going to catch him. This chase went on for literally about 8 or 9 hours. Anyway, he's sobering up by now. By after 8 or 9 hours. He's in the middle of bloody Wales. He doesn't know where he is. He's managed to get a couple of miles away from the police because of what he's doing. They're backed up on him. He thinks, oh, there's some wood there. Pulls in his van. Yeah. Pulls in his coach. Gets off the coach. Runs into the woods. Yeah. The police see obviously the coach. They send the dog in. The dog gets him, done it. Yeah. The police arrest him. He's like trying to black him. He's doing, what are you doing? I've been here all day. I'm asleep, mate. What are you going on about? It's like, now what? You know, his coach is parked hundreds of yards away.
Yeah.
Just kind of thing. But he's a rebel, isn't he, mate? But he's a top guy, mate. Anyway. So he was a real laugh, yeah. So, you know, like when you're in your cell with your pad, mate, and you know what it's like, mate. You start talking after sort of 3 or 4 weeks, you know, every relative of his, he knows every relative of yours. You know your mum's name. He knows your mum's name. You know every single joke in the world that you've ever heard, and he knows every single joke, and you've heard them now.
You bond with people, don't you?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course you do. It's your brother, isn't he? He was. I never bonded with anybody else. Just him. This is one guy.
And you meet some really interesting people in prison as well, don't you?
Great. Brainy, mate. Some people are super intelligent. They're just shit criminals.
Yeah,
So, anyway, he sat there and one night, we're getting stoned and he's super caught. And he's actually, because he's the way he's travelling, what he's done is he's got his wife to get the coach back off the police, drive to Shrewsbury, park on the prison car park outside, and he's on remand and he's getting a visit every day, isn't he? Or nearly every day. So every day his missus going around Shrewsbury, buying weed, bringing it in, giving him a kiss on the, don't forget they didn't drug test you them days. Giving you a kiss. Yeah, giving you a kiss on the on his visit, because he gets a visit every day, and he's getting weed in, and I'm getting weed in. And I swear to God, mate, for 7 or 8 weeks, I was absolutely wrecked. I swear to God, honestly, mate, I used to be paranoid going down for my dinner and everything.
Yeah.
I mean, I would honestly, I think I'm on the floor, I'm looking at the stairs, thinking, oh my God.
Yeah, it's a long way down, isn't it?
Yeah, you know what I mean, especially when you're paranoid. You know what I mean? And all of a sudden, everybody's checking your eyes out, aren't they?
Yeah.
And the bloodshot. And your eyes are bloodshot to put because you don't really smoke weed. So you can imagine, can't you? Anyway, I'd Mr. Price. He was a good guy, mate. He was a screw. He was ex-forces, and he kind of knew the unit I'd served in the army. So he was all right. He was a screw. He was obviously did his job. But he was fair with you. You know what I mean? So whatever. But he wouldn't take shit at all, not in the slightest. But what he would do is, if you were late back from court or something and you missed your canteen, he'd come and get you and open up the canteen for you. You know, things like that. So he was a good guy. So I'm in the cell now, 7 or 8 weeks. Dave sat there the night before his trial. We had a great fucking time. You know, it's one of the best times of my life, mate, was in with him.
Yeah.
And I don't know why. It was just every night was enjoyable. I don't know what it was. We used to play chess. We used to, I tell you what we used to do, you know, once we told each other all the jokes that you know, we used to have to tell a joke when you're stoned, right? Instead of saying there was an Englishman, an Irishman, and a Scotsman, you'd have to say it was a penguin, and a penguin.
Yeah, yeah.
So every character in every joke became a penguin. So then you didn't know what the joke was. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you've obviously heard it before. So that was really good fun. Doing that when you stole me. Oh my God, mate! We had a really, honestly, we used to get raided and everything.
Yeah, you make the best out of a bad situation, and you form a very close bond with someone, because the hours that you're talking and bonding and talking, sharing about your life and stuff.
Yeah, I'd actually got an education, and I was actually going on education at the time, so I was doing that maybe 3-4 times a week for a few hours. So I was getting out of the cell, he was getting his privacy, which he wanted obviously at times, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, it was good. And we were getting smashed every day. I mean, literally smashed. I didn't know what smoking weed was till I met this guy. This guy was like an expert. Anyway, he's a traveller, wasn't he, mate? God's sake. Yeah, so, yeah, I had a great time here. Sat there. He says to me, I'm on trial tomorrow. What do you think I'm going to get? So I'm not being funny, Pep. Have you ever been in that situation where you sit there and you've had mates on trial tomorrow, and he's blagged you for 9 months how innocent he is, and he's going to get off with a technicality, and the guy who arrested him because he saw him driving the coach and whatever, you know, and basically, mate, they're just kidding themselves. And he sat there, right, was stung down the red, I'm thinking, I don't want to tell you, mate. I don't want to say what you're going to get. You're going to get fucked that time, mate, for what you've done. It's fucking attempted murder on top of it, trying to run him off the road, mate. Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, so he's on some really serious shit here, this guy. I'm like, oh, mate, you're busy. You get 5 days for the Queen, you know what I mean? They'll send you back, sort your paperwork out, you know, technicality, and all that bullshit. And I'm thinking, you're going to get fucked, mate. Simple as that. Anyway, he come back after 3 days or whatever to the cell. He knocked on the cell door. He says, "Oh, mate, did you get your 5 days for the Queen or whatever it was?" He says, 4 years, mate.
4 years.
Yeah, 4 years ago. I'm surprised they only got out there. I was quite relieved for 4 years, you know what I mean? Anyway, they shipped him out to HMP Featherstone. I just remember that. He wrote to me, right, from there, and he used to stay in contact with me, and he wrote to me from HMP Featherstone. He said, "Mark," he said, "it's really bad here." He said, "You won't believe it." He said, "There's like 4 blocks." He says, and you go on the exercise yard, and all the nonsense stand round in a big gang going, "Oh, look, there's a burglar," you know, that kind of place.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So he was like, apparently the whole of the prison, apart from his one block, were like nonsense and whatever, and you know, them kind of people and whatever. So
it's nice that you can reflect on, you know, what was a difficult time and that, and being in prison, and you know, you were at a point in your life where, you know, you said earlier where you were just angry with the world. It's nice that you can reflect on that little time with that cellmate as a time where you did have some laughs and stuff.
Oh, I laughed, mate. It was, honestly, I used to wake up with a stomachache in the morning. It was that funny. I mean, we didn't just have a little bit of weed every night. We'd have like a good team for something. You know what I mean? This was like every night, more or less. There might have been 2 or 3 nights in the whole of the 6 or 7 weeks, 8 weeks, whatever it was. We didn't have weed because if he wasn't getting it, I was getting it. Because I was doing drawings and I'd buy it from the canteen, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you get into stuff like drawing and that.
Yeah, well, I did it anyway because I'm a tattooist.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But what I did do was I made sure I never told anybody in there that I'm a tattooist. Because I didn't want people coming by for me for tattoos. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm banged up, right? I don't believe I deserve to be banged up and that. But in some way, I'm really glad I was.
So what I'm going to do, Mark, I'm going to just do a quick recap, okay? So, so you're in prison at the moment. You're locked up with this fella. You're having a laugh with him and stuff, but you've if we go back a bit, and just to go over a few points, you have explained to me and shared with me that you were very angry at the world at this time. You've actually you've been very clear that you have implicated Primrose Shipman. I mean, going back even further, you said that she was there at your house when Harold Shipman tried to kill you.
She actually lifted my arm up, mate.
Yes, when she was looking for the vein. And,
this is why I recognised her when I went and knocked on the door and, when they stole my medical records. Yeah. And this is why I realised she'd seen a ghost.
Yeah, it was like guilt, she'd remember. And, I mean, you've implicated her at the very least in what sounds like an attempted murder. You've also shared that you'd been telling people for up to 11 years prior to Harold Shipman's arrest that he tried to kill you and nobody was listening to you. Harold Shipman was clearly targeting you. He tried to kill you. He was targeting your mother. And you've also spoke about how Shipman, over the years, he become to have somewhat of a mental and psychological grip on you and on your life, and he appeared to be enjoying it.
Oh, yeah, he was. He was pure evil, mate. I mean, I'm not being funny, like when he stole my medical records and after all these years and just went, oh, the arrogance of the fucking prick to say to me, like, it's the army got released your medical records, it's all right, it's all clear. And I'm thinking, do you think you're just going to fucking black me with this?
Yeah.
This is just the beginning for you, for what I'm concerned. And when he smirked to me, I thought, I'm going to have you fucker. And I really did, mate. And I wasn't being joking. So I've still got this going on. I'm in prison, whatever. Dave gets sent away, shit, I've said his name. He gets sent to Felstead. I'm still in contact with him. I'm fighting this case because I'm not 5'7" with black hair, ponytail, type of a swastika on my forehead. It was a deliberate setup. I knew it was a setup because 3 weeks before, a friend of mine was in a pub in Hyde and he sat at a table and there was two coppers next to him and they'd had the one drink too many and they were talking about me. So he'd already warned me someone was coming. Yeah. I'm thinking, fuck him, I don't do anything wrong. I'm trying to earn a living. I'm a tattoo artist. I'm not a bad lad. I'm not like that. I'm not on a rob. I'm not a drug dealer or anything like that. I'm just an average guy who does tattoos. Who's going through a lot of shit. So I didn't think much of it. But seriously, this fucking set me up, Pep. But don't forget, at the same time, I'm going around telling people there's a doctor who's tried to kill me.
Yeah.
I'm saying this. Yes, I'm saying this before I've even found out he stole my medical records. I'm saying this anyway.
Yeah,
so this days, so we're in prison now. I get took to court. I can't do anything about his broken arm. I've still got the charges hanging over me from Manchester. Pricey comes up to me and says, Mark, you're in court tomorrow. I'm not getting any solicitor's letters. I was actually divorced by now and didn't even know I was divorced. I said, I'm not getting no solicitor's letters. I'm getting nothing. I'm isolated. None of my mates in the tattoo world know where I am. My wife doesn't know where I am, or I believe she doesn't know where I am. The only people who know where I am is a couple of friends who were with me that night, sort of thing, and a few family. So Pricey comes to me, he says, Mark, you're in court tomorrow. I said, oh yeah, where are you? He says, you're in court for committal. I says, where? He says, Tameside Magistrates Court for this thing in Manchester, obviously. I says to him, he says to me, Mark, he went, what the fuck are you doing up in that court, lad? Even the screws 120 miles away knew how bad this court was. This is when you realise, and this is serious, this fucking court, isn't it, mate? This, sending people to jail for fun. It's like the fucking guy was on an ego trip. It's like gloating on TV on Panorama. You fucking scumbag. I hate him. I hate him for sending a guy to, he's trying to feed a baby. 4.5-month-old baby. And he got 4.5 months in jail for it. What is that? I'm sorry, 6-week-old baby, whatever it was. But 4.5 months in jail for that, for £7 worth of baby food. And
They're still sending people for prison for that nowadays, mate.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, it's just scandalous, isn't it, mate? Yeah. You know it is. It's just beyond cool and that, especially with it. You know, it's not like he was blagging him. He wasn't a drug addict. He wasn't a criminal. He had no record. He was like me, basically. And he was from Duckerfield. He lived down the road from me, apparently, but I never really knew him. I saw him in the cells every time. Saw them talking to him, obviously, from on the force. So I go to court. It takes my magistrates. They remand me then. What happened is by now, Strange Ways has kicked off.
Yeah.
2 years before, 18 months before. And all the prisoners, Strange Ways is basically closed. It's being done up now. It's being fixed up. And all the Manx are now being put on container. So what happened is the police station, every police station has got a cell area reserved for containers. In every police station, I think they've got. I mean, in all the major ones, they did have in them days. So they'll have a reserved area, you know, like you see this area that no one ever goes in, and there, say the prisons get too busy, they can fill them up in there and whatever. Obviously, with Strange Ways kicking off, we're being sent everywhere. I get sent to Highton Police Station in Liverpool. I spent 2.5 months in a police cell there, banged up 24/7, no exercise, no daylight, whatever. Chewed up as well, but in a police cell. Absolute shite food, whatever. No solicitors' letters. Don't know anything what's going on in court. Don't understand anything. Don't know where my kids are, whatever. I then go back to court and I get blagged into pleading guilty to something I didn't understand I was pleading guilty for. Still no sign of a solicitor. Eventually I got blagged into pleading guilty.
Yeah, that's what happens. They get bonuses for the guilty pleas, yeah.
No, what it was, I was pleading guilty to slapping this guy around the face. Anyway, the fucking judge went mad. I remember that. He went mad. Well, what the fuck's this guy still doing in prison? They've been in prison for like 9.5 months, 10 months.
Yeah.
This guy was called Judge Webster. He was a famous judge in Manchester on the circuit. And he would give people a chance. Yeah? And he's like, what the fuck's this guy still doing? You know, obviously, my co-accused on this case now, they've all gone to court. They're best mates with the fucking guy who's put this complaint in that they made up. Yeah. In fact, he got left to court with them that day. They were on charges of Section 18 assault with intent. And they just get a walkout and everything. And I've been out in jail for 10.5 months. For 2 charges. I'm JR'd on one, and obviously I'm JR'd on this now. I'm up for sentencing. The judge gives me 3 months sentence.
3 months, yeah?
3 months on each one to run concurrent. So I've now done 2.5, 3 months, whatever, in jail for absolutely no fucking reason. This judge is going fucking mad, going, if he doesn't qualify to get out today, I want you to take him downstairs, and I want to bring him back up, and I'm going to re-sentence him so he's out today. So I got out. I got out to nothing, no Peps. Luckily, I still had the little bedsit I had, which should, because it was on remand, the council started to pay me rent for up to 12 months. So I got out within that 12 months. I still had somewhere to go, whatever.
So you've come out of prison to nothing, basically, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely nothing. I didn't even get a grant or anything, because what I did was I got released at court from the court.
Yeah.
So what? So I got my bag of shit, nicked a prison shirt, I remember that, my prison bag, all my stuff in it, nicked a prison shirt, I remember that, and I got to Piccadilly train station.
The Pepsi Watson podcast, Modern Thinkers. So, Mark, you were just talking about your experience in prison, and then you were released basically with nothing. You've come out of prison, and you know what I'd like to hear. What I think it would be good to hear is, I know you had a court case. If you want to talk about that, that would be good. And if it just sort of bringing it to the here and now, and what your life's like now, your medical condition, and
right. So. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, right. So we're in 1992. I'm out of prison. I'm drifting through life, basically. In 1996, I've now not seen my kids for 5 years. I was seeing a girl. We're still friends now, actually. We still talk now. We didn't see each other for 20 odd years, and we still talk now. She comes to see me now. She's because I'm obviously ill now. Yeah, and she gets on great with me. There's nothing nasty about it. I mean, so she's a really great. What do you call it when they ride horses? They can jump over things like that. Is it gymkhana or something?
I'm not sure, mate. I'm not too.
But anyway, she's like a top. She's been riding horses since she was a little kid, winning awards, whatever. I'm seeing her. She moved to Australia. She wanted me to move with her. I wouldn't go, and I said to her, "Look, go." You know, I nearly said her name wrong. Look, go, because I'm gonna fight this thing. She knew I didn't know my kids. She didn't know anything about shit. And I stopped talking to people about it, and I got sick of being laughed at, to be honest. So now in 1996, whatever, I decided one night I nearly killed myself accidentally. Seriously, this is quite a funny story, but it's stupid. But it just shows you how ill I'd become, I think, to be honest. And I look back at it now and I think, you must have been off your fucking head. And, you know, when you're so ill, you don't even know you're ill. You don't think you're ill.
Yeah.
You don't know. You're just normal because that's all you know. Yeah, to you, that is normal. That's not being ill. Yeah, do you know what I mean? This is like really fucking your head up. But, you know, in a way, I'm glad I was in so much shock for it in some ways because it helped me. But in other ways, it was detrimental to me. Yeah, because I was like, I'm in flashbacks and PTSD, wow. She goes to Australia, I won't go with her. I said, look, you go, you get on with your life because I've got a lot of shit going on, and you know what I mean. So anyway, she went to Australia. We didn't fall out of anything like. She went to Australia. I kind of like, she wrote to me and I lost contact with her. What happened, like, so I'm with Hippie Malk, I call him Hippie Malk, where I'm living. And Hippie Malk's been living in this place for years now. This guy's like one of the original hipsters from the 60s. Yeah. I mean, this guy remembers when he could smoke weed in Stockport, where he was originally from, and the coppers didn't even know what it was. Because they didn't know what this funny smell was they were thinking. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here, mate.
Oh, right, yeah. So, anyway, me and him a bit matey, whatever. I go into his thingy one night, just after Caroline's left. I go into his room. We live next door, but one to me or something. We're sitting down, we're talking, whatever, having a glass of wine. He's got a massive record collection, so like obviously my thing for music, you know, we could sit there for hours. Anyway, he's a really good guy, mate. He was he knew all the old QSG, Manchester Mafia and that from the old days. This guy, he knew all like them lot and whatever because he was quite a lot older than me. I mean, I don't know, he must be in his 70s now. I guess I bet he was 20 years older than me anyway. Maybe good 15. So I'm in his room. He's got these tablets. He says, "Do you want one?" I says, "What are they?" He said, "Oh, they're like." He didn't know. They began with a Z. We didn't know what they were. They were some name we'd never heard of, right? So I said, "Well, what do they do to you?" So they just tell you out. I said, "Well, what strength are they?" He said, 5 milligrams. I was remember that. So I'm thinking, all right, I'll have one. Just to chill me out, you know what I mean? Thinking of like some kind of calm or anything, right? You know what I mean? Just purely innocentness. After about an hour, nothing's working or something. So I said, give us some more then, mate. They're rubbish. So he gives me a load more. He literally gave me about 10 or something. He says, Mark, he had about 3 or 4. He says, Mark, I'm going into Buxton. I'm going to go and buy a bottle of double wine. I'll have a quick pint and I'll be back. And so he says, you chill out here. Well, Buxton was like a 10 minutes walk. And with Mark, you could pretty much time you walk shopping. So it'd be 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes back. He'd be back in pretty much half an hour to the dot. Anyway, half an hour comes, he's not back. 40 odd minutes come back, he's not. In the meantime, me, thinking these tablets are rubbish, take a lot more of them. Yeah?
Go on.
Anyway, it must have, so I'm now starting feeling something now. He comes back. I says, where have you been, Mal? He says, I'm getting worried about you. He says, Mark, he says, some tablets. He says, I was walking back, he says, we're about 100 yards from home. I says, they just hit me and I had to sit down on a bench. He said, like, the whole world opened up. It like really did his head or something. So I says to him, how many of them tablets you've had, Mark? He says, I've had 3 or something, or 5 or whatever it was. I'm thinking, Jesus Christ, I took 26 of them and not even realised. 5 milligrams each. And these were some super strength, whatever they were. And now they're hitting me. And now I'm in trouble. Now I'm in serious trouble. I think I've fucking done it this time, mate. This is it. So I go back to my room. I was luckily I threw up, so I threw most of them up. But it still left me ill. And I remember I had a bit of a revelation. I'm lying on this bed. I'm literally close to death. I always remember this. I'm lying on this bed. I don't know what the kids are. For some stupid reason, I'm thinking. Even though I couldn't probably write one anyway because it was so bad. I'm thinking, should I write a suicide note saying, look, you're not going to believe this, but I didn't actually mean to do this. It was an accident.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You know, really crazy pause. And then I remember I made sure I stayed awake. I had the strength to stay awake, that mental strength, and I stayed awake and I tried to stay awake and stayed awake and I managed to get through the next day and I got through the next night and I got through it anyway. But you know, I was seriously bad, mate. Mal came to see me and went like, oh my God, you need to go to hospital. I wouldn't go because I had this thing about doctors. Anyway, so after that I realised, look, I don't know what my fucking kids are. My life's shite. I need to go and see a doctor. I need to do something about this. It's the only way I'm going to find my kids. If they think I'm a nutcase and I'm making all this wrong, well, they better fucking lock me up, haven't they? But you know what I mean? Whatever. I go to the doctors in Buxton. This is like 1996, about October, November. He says, right, where's your medical records, whatever. He wasn't going to take me on as a patient. He told me it's an emergency. He says, where's your medical records? I said, the Donnybrook House in Hyde, wherever, that, you know, shipments, whatever, through Donnybrook House. And that's all I knew about it. I didn't understand it, really, to be honest.
Yeah.
So anyway, so he says, well, come back next week. When he give me these tablets, he give me some tablets. He's a really nice guy, this guy. He was genuinely concerned about me. In fact, I go back there a week later, they can't find my medical records. See, I said to some of my medical records had disappeared. So as far as I knew, Shipman or whatever destroyed my medical records.
Destroyed the records, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. This is as far as I know. Eventually, they couldn't find my medical records. The tablets made me very ill. I got into a bit of trouble, put in a bail hostel in Derby. I used to have to sign on at the police station every day, twice a day. Gets to the police station. I got breached from the bail hostel, took to the police station. Nice young lady, policewoman. She starts asking me, and I thought she seems like one of the genuine ones. I said to her, look, my doctor's tried to kill me, and no one wants to believe me.
So you told her that Shipman had tried to kill you?
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, definitely, mate, yeah. This is 1996, I think. Seven, I think it is. It's June, July 97, something like that. So, yeah, 97 it was. Right. So, I'm in this police station. I'm under arrest. I tell her, this is his name, Dr. Howard Shipman. There's a nurse involved. This is where he works. Donnybrook House, whatever, through them. Obviously, he wasn't in there, but I thought he was still part of that group of doctors or whatever it was. Do you know what I mean? I didn't know what he was. So, anyway, I believe she wrote that down. I actually said, can you make sure you write that down? Because one day I'm going to prove this. Anyway, so I go to court, slap on the wrist, bit of probation, whatever, get it written off, meet my partner now. This is now 1998. I've told the police I feel better for doing that. Something else come up, I told the police again in Buxton in 1998.
Yeah.
For 3 or 4 months before he gets arrested. I mean, I've met my partner now. I've told the police, I've done as much as I could as far as I was concerned at the time. I can get on with my life, at least try and live, because I've not lived for years. I got into music. My partner's a very, very talented musician, and she kind of encouraged me with it. And I always had a bit of a ability anyway, so I told this policeman, they always say to you at the end of an interview, is there anything you want to tell us? Why? I said, yeah, my doctor's tried to kill me, and no one wants to believe me. That's what I actually said to him. So I told the police twice. I told doctors. I told people around me. No one is listening to me. Literally 3 or 4 months after that interview, October, I think, 1998, it comes on the news, me and my partner watching we weren't watching the news, we were telly on. I said, oh yeah, he's been arrested on the allegation that he's murdered 3 old ladies. Right, at first it was 3. Then it went up to 15. In 1999, I got a social worker, which was just before his trial. His trial was January, wasn't it, 2001 or 2000. So in 1999, I think it was October, November, I got a social worker, and she really started helping me come to terms with this. Obviously, he's been arrested. She listened to me. She took a statement off me about it. She was the one who was telling me, you need to write a book about this. Seriously, and whatever. I obviously went into details with her and other things, and like I've done with you, I've been really open with you. So there's a witness to what I'm saying. Also, my sister had come down to see me from Hyde. I hadn't seen her for 12, 13 years. I obviously found out that he killed my other sister's mother-in-law. Obviously, I'm not going to name them because they actually flew from Hyde for 3 weeks when this happened because the press halted them. Seriously. They have to leave Hyde for 3 weeks. Yeah, these are the victims and they have to leave Hyde. Disgusting, mate. I was really pissed off with that. Anyway, so I've got no evidence, whatever. Everybody said to me, get involved in the Shipman inquiry. I'm not even really aware what the Shipman inquiry was. All I knew was I've told people, no one's helping me as far as I'm concerned. I don't have any medical evidence. At least I'll give a statement to my social worker. She knows about what I've told the police. She knows how long this gone on. She was absolutely shocked by it. Like, you know what I mean? To me, it was just like normal at the time. I still don't know where my kids are. Anyway, what happened? I reported it. He got arrested So he got convicted, didn't he, in January? He got convicted of murdering 15 people. They then opened up an inquiry, a shipment inquiry. Now, I didn't watch news, and I watched telly, and I stopped talking to people from Hyde after talking to my big sister, because I realised there is something I know that is seriously, seriously important, and that is the fact there is this nurse getting away with it. The police knew about it because I told them on a police interview table. I told them, yeah, you know what I mean? They encouraged me actually to get in contact with the shipment inquiry, I still don't know anything that's on my medical records.
Yeah.
So I stayed away from the shipment inquiry because of the fear of being laughed at and whatever, only thinking he's killed 15 people. Still not realising he's killed all these other people. I didn't obviously know about that. It started off with 3, then it was 15, and then they had the inquiry. So that went on for a few years before anybody really knew anything. Every single thing I say has been backed up in that inquiry. I could tell them how he killed his patients. I was telling them how he killed his patients before he even had a trial. Probably before the police even realised.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm an expert witness against her for a start. You know what I mean? Because I've always named, anyway, so skip forward to 2002. My now social worker is a witness to all this. I can't see her. I can't see my big sister who's a witness to all this, because she was a witness to it from what I told her. He's been convicted. There's a nurse getting away with it. I don't know who she is. 2002, like I said, I didn't watch telly. I happened to go in the front room. Bang. And the telly was up. And I just heard the name Primrose Shipman. And I didn't want to do it. I just sort of looked round to see who she was, this loyal, you were saying this, the loyal Primrose Shipman or whatever, going visiting him in Wakefield or wherever he was. And I looked, and I thought, that's that fucking nurse.
Yeah, this is the first time that you realised who it was.
Yes, this is the first time. I don't forget I thought, that's that fucking nurse. I don't have any evidence. What happened just after that, before that, I'd had a heart attack what happened, my little boy nearly died in the October, November 99. He was seriously ill for 2.5 years. I'd had a heart attack in the May of 2000, I had a heart attack. This is after the shipment been convicted, all this after I told the police I had a heart attack. I'm really bad from it. I realised who she is in 2002. I'm still seriously ill. I don't have any evidence. 2003, I get really, really bad. End up going to hospital, have an operation right across my stomach. I had 33 metal staples holding me together. I actually got gangrene and everything from it, and I nearly chopped my leg off. Luckily, survived that. Took me a good couple of years to overcome that operation and the heart attack and everything, you know what I mean, and whatever.
Yeah.
So we're now in 2005. My music's good. I know I'm talented. I thank God for the talent that I've got. I can't read music. I've never had a lesson. It's all come from within, or from up there, if you like. So that's like my compensation for all this. Right, so 2005, I'm thinking, right, my music's great. I know it's good. I've got all these bands after me. I know I can do something with it on a serious level. Yeah, and that didn't matter to me anyway. It's just about, I was like, I've got a life back. I'm creative. I love being creative. I'm a creative person. Yeah, but my life's shit because I know where my kids are, and there's a serial killer's accomplice, his wife now, getting away with it. So what I thought, right, I got in contact with a solicitor and asked how much would it cost for me to bring a private prosecution against her. Don't forget, I know nothing about the shipment inquiry. I've not seen any documents. I'm not on the internet. I don't watch TV. I just glanced at her and luckily saw her, so I knew who she was. Yeah, so, I go and see a solicitor. I'm sorry, I get this letter back off this. It will cost you £5,000. I didn't have £5,000, mate.
No.
I was getting about 70 quid a month DLA, even though I've been written up since 1996 and tax and everything. But, you know, that's the date success, that's what they have, innit? So, I'm still being creative. I've got a great partner. My kids do well. Got a local knobhead who, somewhere along the line, he was related to my sister in Hyde, who I haven't seen since 1991. And we're now in, 2005, and he started hanging around here and causing me shit, whatever. He makes up a court case against me. In the meantime, no, he made that up in 1997. Sorry, 2007 he made that up. 2005, I get a letter, £5,000. I don't have £5,000. How can I do it? Someone suggests go for criminal injuries. So I think, right, well, I'll try that then. I didn't even really understand what it was, but I thought, well, it might be a way of exposing her.
Yeah.
I wasn't thinking about money. Didn't even fucking come into it, mate. It never has done. You know, I don't want any money for this. I don't want that blood money on my hands. You know what I mean? What am I going to do with it? Hey, can you imagine giving me compensation? I'll be thinking, you know, them 280 odd people and all them families who are affected, who got an absolute pittance, and if they give me compensation, I couldn't even spend it without feeling bad. I don't want the money, but what I do want is I want this woman. This has gone on far too long. I still don't even know where my pocket kids are now. There's a serial killer's accomplice getting away with a crime. That's his wife, and I'm naming her now. I'm actually naming his wife. So this criminal injuries thing goes back and forth. The police have denied it to them, that I'd report it to them, whatever. So they know that evidence existed. This guy, 2007, attacked me with a baseball bat outside his house. Losers. Decides, because he knows the cavalry coming for him, because he knows some of my friends. He knew about Shipman, put it that way anyway. Makes up his court case against me to cover himself up, but he's tried to fucking kill me with his baseball bat. Makes up a right load of shit. Well, you know, I'm not being funny, Peps. I've done my apprentice in court now. We're going to court. You're not dropping the charges on me. I actually sat there on the interview when the police are going, no. And I just said, this guy's already attacked me with a baseball bat before, 33 metal staples. He's assaulted my wife, whatever. Do you know what I mean? I'm fucking sick to death of him. And they're trying to read me a statement and his complaint. I said, I don't want to hear his complaint. I don't want to hear a fucking thing. Let me get... I said, I'll make sure he goes to court and I'll see him in court.
Yeah.
Boy, this guy is actually, his dad was a professional footballer and he's quite well off. And what he was doing in Hyde, when he lived in Hyde and whatever, before he latched on to me, he was causing shit everywhere he goes. And what he's so used to, because he's a rich kid, he thinks he's a proper lad like one of us. But when it comes to money, he's like, he'll kick off his little mad ass, cause loads of shit, whatever, like he's done with my sister loads of times. And his dad will come down and pay people off here. Here's £1,000. Here's a few hundred quid, you know, whatever, short thing, keep him out of trouble. Well, I knew this, so the police are sat there going, whatever. Then the other policeman says on this interview, well, he got a statement off his partner here. I wouldn't actually listen to a word on his statement. They're trying to question me, but I wasn't interested. And I got a statement of his partners, and I just went, I've never seen that woman. I don't know her. I've never seen that woman in my life. Ever. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They weren't put very forward with thinking, with the evidence who she was or what she looked like, whatever, because I didn't see her, and I really didn't care. The guy tried to attack me with a baseball bat. He's now made up court case. I'm not going to call this bluff, no matter how hard it is, because as far as I'm concerned, this is linked to the Shipman case. Same as the harassment we're getting now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
right, it's still going on. So, what did he do? They bailed me off the estate. They took me to court. They bailed me out. I was locked up for about 3-4 days in Buxton Police Station. I pressed counter charges on him at the desk. They bailed me off Gamesley Estate. I was living with my sister for a bit in Hyde. My partner was getting married and a lot of shit. And I thought, right, I'm not going to put up with that. So I went into Glossop Police Station and said to him, like, look, I'm going back to Hyde. I'm going back to my house today. If you want to arrest me, you come and fucking arrest me. I don't care. He says, well, we'll go and tell the Crown Prosecutor in the local court. We have the local court then, which is just down the road from there. So I go into the court, the prosecutor, yeah, I'm going back to my house today. They're like, we don't want to deal with it, you know, because they didn't care. As far as I'm concerned, these people thought I was guilty as fuck. They did. They didn't realise it was all made up.
Yeah.
So when I came back home, I was here for a couple of weeks. No one minded me. No one bothered me. They left it till the Friday before Christmas. So let me see if I can get this right. So the Sunday was Christmas Eve, the Monday was Christmas Day, the Tuesday was Boxing Day, right, yeah. So they come and got me on the Saturday night. I won't mind, I was watching fucking Man United on back to the day at the time as well. Do you know what I mean? But be fair to the police, like, they were really good with me, like, so they're saying, oh, Mark, I wish I could let you watch it and all that. But by now, they know I'm calling this guy's bluff. I've told him I'm not letting him drop the charges. He's fucking going to court this time. I'll have up with this prick. Yeah, I'll call his bluff. I mean, that's what I have to do. That's what I have to do. Simple as that. I knew I was telling the truth. Anyway, they banged me up. But what happens is, as I get banged up, I said to my missus, they bailed me off the estate where I live, and they actually named the estate, right? And there's a big ring road goes around my estate in Glossop, yeah? And he lives on this ring road. Across this ring road from Gamesley Estate is Glossop Dale, yeah? So they bail me 100 yards away from his house. I go to court on Boxing Day in Derby Crown Court. I say to him, what's the point of bailing me from the estate and lock him up over Christmas and everything when I can legally stand across the road from his house, literally 20 feet away, and there's nothing he can do about it. And I can do that for 14 hours every day, and they can't do a thing about it. This is how ridiculous these stupid laws are. So they're then panicking, going, has he named Gamesley Estate? Have they actually named the estate? And yeah, they'd actually named the estate. And I was lucky, I got onto my list to get me a map of Gamesley, so I already got this planned. So you can see him actually, you can see the prosecutor looking at me going, oh, you smug bastard, right, you clever bastard. But I think she kind of like, give me a thumbs up for it, like, because it was clever. Anyway, I got bailed from there. I have to walk back from there to Glossop, which is about 70 miles, because it's Boxing Day, the trains have gone on strike, and they give me a train warrant. I get it took me 14, 15 hours, I'll probably get 20 miles, so I'm really ill, it's really freezing cold, whatever. I kind of collapse in the middle of nowhere. Ambulance comes, picks me up, takes me to hospital. Come home, yeah, settles down, everything's going right. I'm going to Crown Court, calling his bluff. Not guilty, goes on for like 6 or 7 Crown Court appearances. They keep making excuses, they can't find a jury, they can't do this. And what had happened because of this, they did have to do medical reports on me.
Right.
Because they think I'm a nutcase, making it all up about Shipman. I've got magical thinking in my head, and I really have gone on there to kill this guy, even though I didn't even know he lived there. They kind of ambushed me, if you like. So, but I'm calling his bluff now. They don't like the fact I'm calling his bluff now. Now, don't forget, these people known all this time that Shipman inquiry says criminal Shipman's guilty. And I didn't know this because I know nothing about the Shipman inquiry. We're talking 2007 now. When did the inquiry finish? 2005?
The inquiry was... I think it was... Was it 2000? Maybe a couple of years after he was convicted.
Yeah, well, whatever, like.
2003 or something.
So you're telling me these people and these solicitors and all these people who I'm saying to that there's a woman getting away with it, and it actually stated they must have known, someone along the line knew that was backed up in this inquiry, even though I'd never seen it in them reports, right? Which it is. It's documented. Because of the reports, they think I'm an absolutely raving lunatic by now, and I'm fucking psycho this and whatever, and I'm not having it. They make me do a psychology report. I remember I had to go to Stockport and sit in this room with this private woman, a psychologist, and do 6 hours of fucking questioning. It was like being interrogated, mate. But it was just, I didn't really get the questions. It was just like really A or B, C answers kind of thing. But anyway, did the test. Good. Must have took 6 hours, mate. I don't know. You know, it a bit of breaks here, different tests, but go back and do another couple of hours or whatever. They did this report for me, which actually said, oh, this guy claims he's got magical thinking. He says he's a Shipman survivor, even though there's no evidence of Dr. Shipman on his medical records. They basically fucking rip me apart and say he's not fit for trial. Don't forget, they don't want me on trial now, because this is all going to come out as part of this case against me.
Yeah.
And this is what I'm saying to them. I'm not fucking holding back now. I've been telling for a good few years now. Yeah? So I go and see a psychiatrist, because then I have to see a psychiatrist to do a perversity report. I go to this private psychiatrist. These reports, by the way, cost him 30 grand each.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're type report. Go see the psychiatrist. And, don't forget the first report saying, there's nothing on his medical records, Dr. Shim, whatever. I go see a psychiatrist. She says, she didn't say what there was something on my medical records, what it was or anything. You know what she said to me, Pat?
Go on.
She said, are you suing the police over this? I said, what do you mean, are you suing the police? So you suing the police over Shipman? I knew then that there was something there. So this guy's trying to keep me away from all this shit. Because of the reports I've done, I've now confirmed there is something on my medical records. I don't know what it is, but I know it's there. Yeah?
Yeah.
Because she's telling me to sue the police over the shipments. Right? So now I know, right, yeah, I've got that. Go to court eventually in January 2009. Oh my God, you've never seen anything like this. This guy, I called his bluff. His girlfriend had actually described me as being 5'10", with dark brown, receding hair, and a green coat on, and whatever. And she'd had to run. And don't forget, she's related to a copper. This girl. This is how deep this all goes behind the scenes. She's related to a copper somewhere along the line. I don't know what the relation is, even, but she's seeing this guy is causing me all the shit. She's innocent. She didn't know what was going on, mate. I don't know why she made a statement, but she did. But so her statement's completely different to us, by the way. I don't know this. I've not seen the statements. I go to court on trial. The guy, I thought, right, well, knowing this guy, as I've known him for a good few years now, is either going to come to court a big hard man, which he thinks he is, drugged up, coked up, you know what I mean, Rambo type thing. Yeah. He's a hefty guy, he's a muscly guy and all that, you know what I mean? He's a handy guy sort of thing. But he's going to come and he's going to cry his eyes out and he's going to play, feel sorry for me, and play on the jury and all that. And don't forget, I think I had like 8 women on my jury.
Yeah.
I go in there, the judge says to me, they've now upped my charge on the day. They upped it. So it was like, I was looking at a serious sentence, you know what I mean? I was looking at probably, 15 years maybe. What is it? Aggravated burglary with an assault? What's that? Don't forget, he's saying that I've attacked him with a baseball bat.
Yeah.
So it's a serious charge anyway, I know that. I might have got 8 years, maybe.
8 years, yeah.
But yeah, 8 years, probably anything over. But 8 years, anything, if I got 8 years, I'd see that as a bonus. Yeah, so this guy, the case begins. Actually, I told the judge that I was a victim of this crime, not the fucking perpetrator of it. This guy, they call him in, he boots the court door open, and he's absolutely livid, and he's shitting himself, because I've now called his bluff. Dad isn't here to pay anybody off this time. This time, you're having it back. You know, I'd warned this guy for years, mate. If you're involved in this, you get yourself out of it right now while you can. No, he's a hard man, him. Yeah. One of them, yeah, he's hard because he's got a fucking ounce of coke a week in his fucking pocket. Like, that's his heart, you know what I mean? And a pit bull. But yeah, anyway, I called his bluff. He goes in the court. He boots the court door open. He storms into the court and get him in the dock. You know, he says, like, he swears to tell the truth and all.
Yeah.
He's panicking. And he goes, I swear to tell the truth. And he's trucked up as well. And this is in a Crown Court now, mate. It's a mad arse. It's just fucking, you know, now his bluff's been called. Yeah, this guy won't even look at me in the eye. I'm looking at the jury, and as he's screaming, I really mean screaming, one of the jury members jumped back in the fucking chair, went, and screamed out like all the judges, the judge, the barristers, the solicitors, they all looked at each other and went, oh my God, what have we got here? You know what I mean? I couldn't believe it, mate, right? I started laughing. It was actually hilarious. And you're supposed to believe that. That's just cost you your court case there, and then just that one thing, and then we haven't even got to hearing any evidence yet. Anyway, he started pretending I was his mate. He made out he was my mate, and no, Mark's my mate, and he's done my tattoos, and he's done this, and all this fun. Yeah, none of these injuries are caused by Mark, whatever, you know what I mean? Because he's trying to worm his way out of it. My co-accused admitted that he'd done a statement, and he said he'd lied in a statement. We'll be polite about it. But he did tell the truth, right? He'd lied in a statement. So, yeah. So, my barrister says, what do you want me to do with this guy? Don't forget, I've been getting phone calls, death threats, everything, because I've called his bluff. I was getting offered 20 grand off someone. I'd laughed at him. I could have done with a 20 grand, mate, but fuck him. You know what I mean? I went to my boss to, like, get into him, fucking rip into him. So she gets him in. Obviously, he does his thing, whatever. Mark's narrating all that. She gets in the door and she says, right, so, you say Mark's your mate? Yeah, Mark's my mate, he's my mate, and that's what I thought he was anyway. And she says, well, why have you made up a statement about him?
Yeah.
I was in shock. I was like, no, he wasn't. He tried to come up the pack. He tried to kill me, mate, and he lost big time. Yeah, and now he's made up all this shit because he knows the cavalry now coming for him. He knows what I'm talking about. He knows this. Yeah. So, he, Mark's my mate, gives it all out, whatever. And then she says, oh, so how did you get hold of Mark then? He said he got hold of me and all this time, and I had this weapon in my hand, whatever, this baseball bat in my hand. Well, I got him like this, and I got him like that, you know, and he's acting out on the dock. And he's a Muslim guy, he's coming here, imagine, he's got a skinhead, he's got like Doc Martin boots on, he's got jeans on, a denim jacket, he's off his head on coke, the jury already screaming at him, you know. I go, I got my hand. I said, then what did you do? I shoved him off the door, whatever. And she said, and he didn't have a bat in his hand. Mark Felstead did not have a bat in his hand. None of these injuries on my back are caused by Mark Felstead. And she said, and then what happened? And I did this, and he's acting it out on stage, you know. And you can see the jury absolutely terrified of this guy.
Yeah.
He's like a psycho because he's on drugs, isn't he? And he's giving his testimony. Anyway, and you're not his mate, you're not his mate. And you his mate, and you his mate. Yeah, he's my mate, and I got him nice, and I got him nice. And she went, so what you're saying is you've just attacked my client? Because he didn't have a baseball bat in his hand. You're saying none of these injuries on the back of his back are caused by him, on your back, are caused by him, and he made up a court case to him, and his only excuse was, I was in shock. Anyway, the jury carries on, played on, whatever. After 4 days, come back. No one believed him. No one believed a single word of him. Unanimous decision. I was acquitted in January. Thank fuck for that. You know what I mean? Anyway, 6 weeks after that, obviously this criminal injury thing's still ongoing through all this. I've now got the evidence. I know there's something there. I've now got hold of the evidence. I've actually got it in his own handwriting now.
Yeah.
I know what it is, yeah? I've got a documentation with that day, the day he tried to kill me on and everything. And you can see where he's changed the dates and everything. And ironically, not one of them signed or initialed.
Not one of them.
Not one, not a single one, right? And there's actually one that laps over that, saying, remember when I said I worked in London and that? And it says, oh, he's supposed to come and see me today. This is obviously a bit of a cover-up or part of his plan to cover all this shit. He's coming to see me today, but he didn't because he's looking after his wife who's ill and that. Peps, we were living in London. So that's a load of shit as well. But everything fits in what I've said, and it can be seen on these records.
Yeah.
It fits exactly what I'm saying. Bits of the Army medical records are there. Bits of that evidence is there from the Cambridge Military Hospital about the Grove, whatever. You know, I'm still disputing how big it is and whatever. It doesn't really matter. But now I know I've got the evidence in its own handwriting.
Yeah.
I'm now given a date of March the 25th, 2009, to go against a criminal appeals injury hearing against Primo Shipman at Leicester Court, or this court in Leicester, wherever it was.
Mm.
So I have to travel. Leicester's like 100 miles, so we travel there, whatever. I go into this courtroom eventually. I sit down. They all look at me like I'm fucking off my head as usual. And I'm aware that one of the clerks or something to the left of me in the dock, he's laughing. He started laughing at me, mate. And I looked at him, I just thought... Anyway, honestly, mate, I was just like, fucking idiot. I went, page C-130, which was actual evidence page number. Here's the evidence in Dr. Shipman's own handwriting. You should see the faces, mate. The fucking faces dropped. They didn't know what they were looking at, did they? They didn't know what they were seeing. That's just a piece of paper. Unless you talk to me, it doesn't make sense to anybody.
Yeah.
To me, it makes perfect sense. It all fits in what I told my social worker. Don't forget, I didn't know this existed. The inquiry saying she's involved, whatever. She's not turned up this day. The police who have all our policeman didn't turn up. He was going to be a witness to whether he didn't turn up. Well, I don't know what happened there. But now, at least I'm getting somewhere with it. They turned me down for compensation. They said I didn't have the evidence. I didn't want the money. What it was, they didn't want to say, yeah, it's true, because it opens up a whole lot of other shit.
Yeah.
Right, so I didn't want the money. I wanted to try and get her in there. You know what I mean? And just to expose her, to let her know. Don't forget, I didn't know about the inquiry. So this is 2009. It made me really ill. I just had that trial sort of 6 weeks before, 8 weeks before that, whatever. Made me really ill. I'm disabled, don't forget, I'm ill. I've had operations, I've had heart attacks, everything. And I've got a brain thing going on there. And I'm suspecting in 2010 I've got a brain tumor. So I'm start taking hemp seed oil for it then. And that did help, believe me, and so did ginseng. I took that for my memory. I got asked shortly after this trial or whatever, I got asked, do I want to meet two of these people who are like me, who've been through this and been ignored or whatever. I think what had happened, Peps, somewhere along the line, they were searching his house and they came across a lot of medical records that weren't at his surgery. He took them home with him.
Wow.
And I believe possibly, mate, they found £20,000 worth of wedding rings.
Yeah, jewellery from the victim.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, stealing money off them. Everything. I think my wedding ring went missing when he did that to me. I remember that. So I never saw it again. But I remember, anyway, they found these medical records. I became aware that I didn't actually think mine existed. I thought he destroyed them. We've now got the medical records. I think, right, you need to chill out. You need to do something. You need to take your mind off this. It's still actually been officially acknowledged, but you've got everything you need now, right? Now it's just a matter of trying to find the right way about it. So, where are we up to now? We're up to 2010. Yeah, I got back in. I didn't meet these two people because I didn't want to meet them because I did not want to give anything away that I knew by talking to other people. Well, we still had a chance because I know there's this woman getting away with her crimes. I know who she is. I know I've got the evidence. I don't want to jeopardize anything. Well, I've still got a chance of somehow maybe getting them into court.
Yeah.
In 2010, I pressed criminal charges on her for attempted murder of me. That was, let me think, 18th of the 7th, 10. So 480 180 710. That's the incident number. So it's the incident number is 480 and the date's 18th of the 7th, 2010, and it's July 2010. Yeah, but I'd got onto a police station in Hyde the day before, and they sent policemen out. In fact, they sent policemen out straight away, but they were the local police who come and took a statement off me. So they got a statement off it. I pressed charges on her. They actually said to me, look, it's going to be very difficult to do anything. Fair enough. I just wanted to know that she's not getting away with this. Yeah. At least that. The thing is with her, she's never actually been arrested over this. She's been questioned at Shipman Quay, but she's never actually sat down and been arrested by the police on an interview. And the reason she will not, what was her excuse? If the police formally charge her, she will answer questions on the interview, but they've got to charge her.
Yeah.
Well, now they've got a witness, they can back it up with evidence, long time stories, witnesses all over, it's all coming together now. But they didn't do anything. So I kind of thought, right, I got back into tattooing, I got pneumonia in 2012, whatever. People come out, how can we help you, Mark, and all that. So I thought, this guy's tried to kill my mum. His wife's getting away with a crime. She's got a £300,000 payout. And I don't even fucking know where my two children are. And I've got joint custody of them. Anyway, by sheer persistence, whatever, I was just about to give up with my kids in 2014. It was New Year's Eve. It was New Year's Day. New Year's Eve, 2014. So the next day was 2015, wasn't it? Yeah, I think I'm right. Right. A couple of days before I get these messages on Facebook, I'm trying to trace them out. Felstead, whatever, He's got two kids. Yeah. Now, I've been getting a lot of this, and I've been getting a lot of people winding me up, mate. Seriously, sick fucks over the years. I'd had people phone me up saying, your kids are going to phone you on Wednesday. And obviously, I get excited thinking, on the Wednesday it didn't come. The phone calls never came.
Yeah.
So now, by the time this is 2014 now, this was like 2007, 8 that was happening. This when all this shit was going on with this knobhead. I get through there, let me think. I'm losing it now. I'm up to distracted. Oh yeah. I'm working, whatever, I've got evidence, whatever. have another heart attack. But my kids had found me. It was true. It wasn't a thing. I said to the guy, look, mate, I've had this before, right? You know what I mean? And anyway, he went on from back and forth for a few days, these messages, and I went. And I remember sitting there on New Year's Eve at 8:30. I'm thinking, I don't know what my kids are. Is this just another fucking wind up everything? Anyway, I get this message off a guy called Colin. What's happened? He was using his nickname, and obviously my daughter and my son had changed names. But anyway, they found me. And obviously I had to explain to them, look, there's a lot you don't know about that involves shipment that your mum doesn't even realise. Obviously, I've not seen her since 1991. This is now 2015. I want to take it very easily with you. I don't want to rush into this because there's a fucking hell of a lot to it. So I was just messaged back and forth. Went to see him in the March, went down again in the July. Thought, right, now I'm going to put the pressure on promotion. So then I did my video. But I was serious there anyway. I did this video. 6 weeks later, I had another heart attack, which I'm really bad with now. So I've done this video. I've turned up on the pressure on her. Kids have found me now. They stopped my PIP, my DLA. When I had this heart attack, they stopped it for 4 weeks. For 4 weeks after, they stopped my DLA after the heart attack. They didn't look at the medical evidence, usual bloody ATOS shit and whatever, like they are, just scummy earth them people. And I had to go to this thing, whatever, and he turned me down. I go to, in December, there was an appeals waiting about my DLA through the DHSS. It was done through the phone, or they do it and just phone you through with a decision. And they turned me down. And my missus went, this is December the 12th, it was. My missus went, you do realise that he's just got out of hospital yesterday and they've discovered he's got a brain tumour.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And she said even the one was shocked on the thing, but anyway, so they made me go basically on trial again. The PIP thing in 2016. Yeah, 2016. April the 5th, 2016. So I go to court in Stockport. I'm seriously ill. I was really, really bad. I'm a bit more stable at the moment, although I'm still seriously ill. I go there. I've now got the judges watching my shipment video. They acknowledge that I'm now a victim. It's been acknowledged. I win my thingy DLA. They look at the evidence that obviously no one else has seen, apart from the police have seen it. They look at that. Yeah, they watch my shipment videos. They said they actually learned a lot of it that they didn't know. Because I think there may be bits on there that maybe are quite clear on the inquiry. I don't know. I don't know who they talk. I don't really know anything about the inquiry apart from, you know, what was summing up of it, how many people he killed, whatever.
Yeah.
Because there's quite a lot to that. The one I've only seen one book. There's like loads of them. There's like 12 or something, and a massive big book with all of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
anyway,
there's a few documentaries as well, isn't there?
Oh yeah. Well, I think half of them are just fake news, mate.
Yeah, yeah.
They are, mate. It's just like, you know, I mean, I haven't watched them. I see as if they don't mention Primo Shipman in any of these documentaries or any of these TV documentaries, which I know they don't for a fact, because people say, I don't watch them, but people tell me, no, they don't mention them or very vaguely. Then, you know what I mean, they're fake news, because that's not the true story, is it? The true story is the Shipman inquiry backs up everything I'm saying. She was named in it. She's never been arrested. I probably, by doing the videos, jeopardise any chance of a trial anyway. But what else was I going to do? I've been waiting since 2010 for them to do something, and I've pressed charges on her.
Yeah.
It's now 2015, 2016. I'm now in court. Anyway, I did that. One more court case. My missus gets cancer. 10 days later. The stress of this, what he put us through, and everything, now caused my missus cancer.
Mm.
She has to have a mastectomy. She's really ill, whatever. But it's been acknowledged. And we come to modern days now. I'm living on a hospital bed. I've done all I can do. I'm in contact with my children. My life's completely different. I've gone from being told, oh, you want to get a guitar because you're good and all this, to actually being number 45 in the world on the Reverb Nation charts last year on the indie bands. You know, it's not a major thing, but, you know, for a hospital bed, yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
You know, I can watch a lot of YouTube videos because I don't watch telly.
Mm-hmm.
And I watch Sean Atwood, what was his mate called, the Scouse guy?
Wild Man.
Wild Man, that's it, mate. He's a legend, isn't he?
Yeah, he's popular,
mate. Yeah, but I watch you, what you do. I've been watching you since you did your first thingy with Sean.
Yeah.
Who else is the other guy? He's a good guy. Cody H. He's actually from Ashton-under-Lyne, Oldham area. Well, he's from Thames. He's from the same place as me.
Okay.
Because, so I'm from Hyde. He's from about 4 miles away from where I live.
He was on Good Morning Britain not so long back, wasn't he?
I don't watch TV, mate, so I don't watch it. I don't know. I just watch his videos and whatever. I watched a few of them. I watched yours. I watched Sean's. I think it's a great thing that you're doing for the BIP thing, and I think it's great what you do in your life, mate.
I mean, just on that point, Mark, that's an important point, because since I did the podcast with Sean Atwood, it's up to 191,000 views now, and I get, you know, I am inundated with messages from all over the world, from Canada, America, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Finland, just all over the place, from all sorts of different people, you know, who watched the podcast and who have been maybe inspired, or like I got a message the other day from somebody who's hoping to become a prison officer, and he said he was inspired by the podcast. I get messages from kids. I mean, and what you've done today with sharing your story is, you know, I just think it's fantastic. You've shared so much about yourself and your life, and you've given people a gift. Anybody who listens, you've given them a gift. And you know, you said earlier about it being therapeutic, you know, for yourself to talk about all this trauma and you know, this horrendous I mean, abuse that you've gone through, and you know, with Harold Shipman, and you know, my hope is that your story on this podcast will inspire people around the world who listen to this, that it's okay to talk about your pain, and it's okay to talk about your trauma and your struggles, and that process can be cleansing. It can be cleansing and therapeutic, and if that can somehow give you some peace, then hopefully that will inspire other people to do it as well.
Well, I mean, I've always been aware. Like I said to you, they want me to write a book on it, they've asked me to do films on it. I wanted the right person. When I watched you doing your thing with the VIP prisoners, whatever,
the IPPs, yeah.
I kind of contacted you, started talking to you through music and everything. I saw you doing a great job. I'm trying to help my own little bit by sharing your things and that. I think it's a great thing you do. I think what Sean does is great. I think all of you, Cody's a lot, mate. Do you know what I mean? And particularly you, after doing so long inside, obviously, shit time, whatever.
Yeah.
Having to deal with nonsense, like you said, that guy who did that girl in Southampton, and you're in a room with him, and mate, honestly, I know what that situation's like, mate. Obviously, I haven't done it for as long as you have, but I know what it's like. And I just hope people, you know, I want my kids to also listen to this. I think, you know, it wasn't all shit. You know, it was. I knew what I was doing in 1987. I knew when I come round that day, all right, I was confused by whatever, but I knew he tried to kill me. I knew I was having flashbacks. I knew my life's changed.
Yeah.
And I absolutely fucking refused to give in to that guy, mate, and his wife. I still don't. I never have done. Yeah, even when I knew nothing about the shit or whatever. Let me tell you, peeps out there, and hope for the youth. To march a million miles, you must take the first step.
Uh-huh.
Because you will get there at the end of that million miles. But you're never going to get there unless you take that step. I was laughed at, I was ridiculed, I was called in court, I got magical thinking, I was absolutely ripped to bits. I'm still getting it now in the mainstream press now for the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And it's funny how I told you this new Shipman film's coming out, didn't I? That's going to go into a bit more detail.
Yeah,
now,
yeah.
I've told you this a month ago. I also told you they're going to target me, whatever, haven't I? And I've told people around me, well, they're targeting my wives, they target me. The newest thing is I'm a neo-Nazi, apparently.
Yeah.
I just find it laughable, mate. Put it in your fake news. I don't fucking read that anyway. It's just fake news. You know what I mean? So, yeah, big up to you, mate. All them people out there, you can get through this shit. Whatever it is, you can get through it. You can succeed. Every single person in the world's got a hidden talent.
Yeah.
And I've got Asperger's, so people with Asperger's especially have got a hidden talent.
Mm-hmm.
Most people never get to discover what that talent is. You know why? Because they're too busy with work. They don't believe it.
I agree with that.
They don't believe, do you know why I started playing guitar again, mate? Because I thought, no one's ever going to listen to me about shit. But all right, I met my partner, he's been arrested, whatever. I'm probably going to end up homeless again. At least I'm prepared.
Yeah.
At least I'm going to be able to fucking blast a tune out. And I just got better and better and better at it. But, it was also therapy for me. I mean, I've always been a creative person. Obviously, I've tattooed for a long time, on and off. I've been to Iceland tattooing. But yeah, all you people out there, and I don't know if any of these PIP prisoners are ever going to get to hear this, or the parents or whatever, but you can get through this. You've got a spokesman now in you, mate, and that I find that brilliant. And that's the reason why I wanted you to do it, specifically you.
Oh, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure, Mark. And thanks for your
honestly,
words.
mate. Yeah, honestly, mate, because
and it's a powerful message. What you're saying there, it's very powerful.
Yeah, the message is just like, you've done it, mate. Look at you now, changing your life around.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you've been through your shit, you've done your time, you're doing good things. I'm not saying you were ever a bad lad in the first place.
Yeah.
No, I don't know that much about your convictions. I know you've done like 9 years, is it? Something?
13
Something like
years.
that?
13 years altogether.
Yeah, 13 years altogether, wasn't it? Yeah. And you do, I mean, there must have come a point where you decide, I've had enough of living like this. Like you say, I'm going to change my life.
Yeah.
My point was, what was good about me, and it always was good about me, no matter how bad it got, no matter how hard it was, or it was homeless, or I was fucking nothing to eat, or whatever, I just thought about that day when he smirked to me, as if to say, fucking go on through this. And all I had to do was think about that, and that kept me going for all them years. Now, I don't want money. I don't want fame for this. I don't need it. I was quite famous as a tattooist. I hated it, mate. It did me, I did. What I do want is hopefully people can listen to it, inspire, that you can get through whatever it is you've got through it. My missus, I've been through this, and my missus had fucking cancer. And she's got through it. She's recovered. She's now an elected councillor because she's pissed. Yeah, she's elected. She got elected last week, didn't she? She's a brilliant musician, mate. She's an absolutely brilliant musician. She can read music, and she's a teacher and classically trained and all this lot, right? I mean, I do it. I've just got a natural gift for it, and I'm very glad that I discovered that gift. But everybody has got a gift in them,
Yeah.
It's out there, man. Go for it. If you believe you can do this, and you try hard enough, and you put the effort in, and you don't give up when it's boring, and you don't give up when things happen, and you're pissed off or whatever, even if you do it, whatever it is you're doing for 20 minutes a day, you will get better and better and better.
Yeah,
Do you know, I can
practice, repetition.
Seriously, I can write a song tuning my guitar in. I can get to that stage now where I don't read music, but what I did was I trained my ear. Rather than to sight read, I realised I can't see the notes, I'm pretty blind, and it doesn't make sense to me anyway. And it's not written for guitar, and it's written for piano, isn't it, music? So
yeah.
I realised, right, ignore that kind of aspect of it, do it by ear. So I kind of trained my ear, and I've developed. I mean, don't forget, I've been doing this now since I met Rachel, so it's what, 21 years? On and off, in between illness and that, but I've always stuck with the guitar because I knew one day this is going to be over and I'm going to have to do something, otherwise I'm just going to go nuts. And there's times I've absolutely gone nuts with it, mate. But I've never give up. So the thing is, if you're out there, keep going. Talk to Pepsi, talk to Sean, whatever. Talk about it. The people out there to listen. I didn't have anybody because it was to everybody else, it was such a ridiculous thing I was saying.
Yeah.
We all know it's true now.
Yeah.
I was saying that for 11 years, wasn't I?
Yeah.
Yeah. So talk to Peps, mate. And I really do hope this gets you a good load of likes and views and people subscribing to you, and it helps you further on in your career. Because let's face it, if some good come out of all this shit, then at least it's worth it, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Because at the moment, that's it. It's not always been bad. There's been times I've had some right laps. You know what I mean? It's not like, I just refused to give in to him. I never did. But don't forget, I'd lost my kids. I no one was going to fucking beat me there. You know what I mean? It took 24 years before I saw them again. I actually believe that they might not even know who I am and know anything about me or whatever. So, yeah, you can get through this, mate. You can, and I'm glad you're all doing really well. How long have you got left in what it is you do now? No, are you still on your sentence thing?
Yeah, I'm on license for 99 years because I'm on an IPP life license. But I can.
Oh, you're on an IPP life license,
yeah,
right?
so
I didn't understand that. I thought you just done your time and you're out now. I thought that was the end of right. Yeah,
it's for 99 years, but you can get it revoked after 10 years. But I'll just try and not think about it. I'll just put it to the back of my mind. But you do kind of live your life on a knife edge. It's not very nice.
Yeah. Well, so this is another point I want to make. So you can broadcast this worldwide. I am responsible for, I might be disabled, but I'm responsible for everything I say. Everything I'm saying now, I say is factual. And that Peps, this, I'm no Jamie Morgan Kane, mate. I don't want you to go through all that embarrassment of what Sean went through and all this lot, mate. This is all true. And
I've seen the documents. I've got no reason to dispute anything you say. I just wanted to get your story out there because I think it's very powerful. And just listening to you there for the last few minutes, you really sort of reminded me of the fact that whatever we go through, even like really severe trauma and pain, whether it's PTSD or sexual abuse or the stuff that you're going through or abuse that I've suffered in segregation unit, in prison in Aylesbury and such like, it is a choice if we allow that suffering and trauma to dictate our future in a negative, excuse me, or a positive way. That is a choice, and it will break people. And unfortunately, people will commit suicide or get on drugs or have mental health problems forever and not be able to overcome them. But we do have a choice to a large extent of how we, if we allow that past trauma to affect our life in a negative way, or if we channel it into positive action and channel it into positive things, whether it's activism or and ultimately it's your own happiness. It's the person's own happiness that's the most important thing. And the world is full of people who've overcome abuse and then gone on to be happy or to achieve great things or to achieve amazing things. So it's good to get that message out there, Mark.
Yeah, you know, you can do it, peeps. Like, you're proving it to yourself now, Pep. You know what I mean? And all these people now you see coming forward on Sean's channels and different interviews, you know, some of them are career criminals, but they're old school. You respect them because,
Yeah.
you know, they're not like these modern guys who are plastic gangsters kind of shit. You know what I mean? They're not like people who go around hurting a woman or a nonce or whatever. They're just whatever. And then there's the guys who've obviously been through a lot of shit with doing whatever they've done in the criminal world, and they've changed their lives. You know, and you find every one of them said, you know, they're now better people. I think it can make you a better person.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to make you a worse person, mate.
And I think we have to. I mean, for me, on my journey, I mean, I've been on a journey of change for a few years. I've had a lot of therapy. I had over 3 years of therapy, and for me, I've had to forgive, Mark. Yeah, forgiveness has been something that's it's difficult.
Yeah.
It's so hard to do. You know, it's easy to. You know, it's easy to forgive, like, you know, your mum or your sister or your best friend, but to forgive people who've committed serious harm against you and abuse, it's very difficult. You need a lot of courage. But if you can dig deep and go to those dark places and work through that pain and process it and talk about it, then you can get to a place where you can forgive. And forgiveness for me is not something that you do on a Thursday and then it's done on a Friday. You know, it's a continuing process that we have to do over and over, and it's difficult, you know. But if we want happiness after suffering abuse and trauma, then you know, if harm's been perpetrated against us, then forgiveness is definitely something that's important for us to
I think the most important thing is, mate, is like you say, forgive yourself, mate. You never did. You know, you're not responsible for what evil twats do to you, no matter what it was.
That's a good point. Yeah, you have to forgive yourself.
Right?
Yeah,
you have to forgive yourself, mate. Right? You're the victim, remember. You're not the perpetrator. You are the victim. It's very hard, isn't it, to think, like, you know, you know, I know, you know, there isn't a second or a day goes by where something about the shipments will flash in my mind, and I just think, hang on, I'll pick my guitar up, mate. I'll do something and just take my mind off it. I've done I'm fucking the luckiest person in the world you've ever met, mate.
Yeah.
I really am. You know, there's like, unofficially 1,500 people he murdered. I survived it. I'm lucky. Other people survived it.
Yeah, you're a survivor.
Apparently. Yeah, so, you know, and I owe it to them people to do something positive in my life. No matter how ill I am now, I want people out there to say, look, this guy went through a lot of shit. I know what he's doing now. And I can do that. Yeah. And the point is that I want them to say, I can do that. Whatever gift they've got, whatever it is, if you look for your gift, you'll find it.
Yeah, well, you've definitely got that message out there today, definitely.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So, you know, and it's great talking to you, mate. You know, like I say, it's also, I want my children to know about things. They don't know anything about me, about what, you know, being in the army, whatever. They really don't know a lot, to be honest, because I couldn't talk about it, and I wouldn't talk about it to Rachel, not because I didn't want to, because she's been through enough shit in her life before I met her anyway.
Yeah.
Her life's just traumatized. You know, everybody's like, I don't actually know anybody who hasn't been through a load of shit, to be honest. Do you know what I'm saying? Whatever it is. You know, so, yeah. So, I don't see myself as some, whatever, super special person, whatever. I'm just glad to be here, mate. I'm glad to get up every day. Right, I'm glad that I have this gift. I can pick my guitar up. I'm fucking even more grateful that I discovered that gift.
Yeah.
And I now utilise it every day, even from my hospital bed. I sit on a hospital bed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, apart from when it's nice and sunny outside and goes outside. And I'm lucky my bedroom downstairs is built right onto the patio at the back thing, and it goes straight onto my garden. So I'm looking through the window here. That's my back garden.
Yeah.
So, do things. Be creative. If I'm not creative, mate, I can be really destructive.
Yeah.
I really can be, because, you sit there and you well on things, that. I don't have to teach you how to suck eggs, do I, mate? But yeah, so it's great talking to you, mate. I hope something really good comes from this.
Oh, the pleasure's been all mine. The pleasure's been all
Yeah.
mine, Mark. And, I'll send you my best wishes up to Manchester, to you and your wife and all your family and your children. We'll definitely stay in touch. And it's been fantastic having you on the podcast, mate, on Crime and Justice TV.
Yeah, well, thanks a lot, mate. And the same goes to you, mate. I wish the best for you in the future always, mate. And all these people out there, you can do it. It's out there, kid. You just got to grab it and go for it and believe. And you can do it, believe you me. If I'm an example of one thing, is you can do this. Yeah?
Yeah.
If you get help along the way, great. If you don't, that doesn't matter. Do you know, the first time I wrote a song, I thought, fucking hell, mate, where's that come from? Where's that?
Yeah, I know what you mean, yeah. I've experienced that with like my writing that I do as well. I know what you mean. It's just like, where did that come from? Yeah.
Well,
that kind of inner potential that we don't realise we have.
Well, I picked up a guitar in 1978 in my dining room in Hyde, and I wrote a song. I didn't know what the chords were. I didn't know what the notes were. And I still play that song now. And now I've recorded it.
Wow.
That's from 1978. It's got a lead on it. There was a bit of a chord change, and it was slightly out by one. I can't remember what I played. I substituted the minor for another minor chord, and it gives it something else. Yeah, and I still play that now. And one day I'll record it properly, and I'll send you a copy of it, mate. And it's actually, they're just instrumental music. The trouble is with, I'm a pretty good singer and all this stuff, but they were designed for busking, my songs. So a lot of them are old songs. Some of these songs are.
I've seen a few videos. They're brilliant. You'll have to, if you've got any like on video file, you'll have to send them over to me, and I'll stick one in the video.
Yeah. I don't know how to do it, mate. I'm not technical.
Yeah. You got some on YouTube, haven't you? On YouTube.
Yeah. They're on YouTube on my channels. Yeah.
Brilliant.
I've got like Marcus Jon Jonsson's on one channel, Marcus Jon Jonsson, and the other one is called JLL Fingers Brown, which is the name I use for songwriting. But that's a pretty new channel. That's the one I'm doing my blogs from my bed on, which I'm doing for the kids as well. Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, if people, I hope they enjoy them. I hope they see them and think, yeah, go on, lads. I can do that, and I'm going to go and try and do something. You know what I mean? And that's the message, isn't it? That's what else can come out of this.
Great stuff, Mark. Great stuff.
All right, mate. Right, look, I'm going to let you go because we're now on the night shift.
Yeah, it's been about 5 hours, but it's been fantastic.
Yeah, all right, mate.
Brilliant.
So you're clocking off now. I'll go sign it out. Yeah, right, yeah. So, great to talk to you, mate. And
pleasure, mate.
Yeah, all the best for the future, mate.
You
Everybody,
too, buddy.
Yeah?
You too, buddy.
All right,
all
so
the best.
I'll speak to you soon, kid. All right.
Speak to you soon, Mark.